Hi, everyone. I'm Wayne Sutton. I'll be your MC for today, and welcome to Observable Insight, Observer's first community conference. We're excited to have you today. We have exciting 2 days planned for you, but before we kick things off, just want to give everyone a few details. Feel free to use the chat, the Q&A option throughout the event. Mindful of our community code of conduct. We'll be live tweeting throughout the day via our Observable HQ Twitter account with the hashtag Observable Insight. Also throughout the day, we have members from the Observable team answering your questions in the chat as well, along with notebook links and tips. So feel free to use the chat. We're here for you to answer the questions. Now, without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to our co-founder and CEO, Melody Meckfessel, and our CTO and co-founder, Mike Bostock.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melody. Welcome to the first Observable Insight conference. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Melody. Good morning.
Good to see you in this virtual conference that we're in. Sorry, I think I'm gonna, can you see me? Is the camera doing wonky things? Okay, how about now?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, good. So thank you for coming. Welcome to the first Observable Insight conference. Mike and I are very excited. There's over 1,000 people that are joining over the next 2 days. And at Observable, we know how challenging it is to work with data. Data is overwhelming all of us, and making sense of it is one of the biggest challenges that we all face in this connected world that we live in. So Observable was designed to empower people to be able to collaborate and gain insights from their data, and to do that together. Observable is a collaborative, web-based SaaS platform for data practitioners and all the folks that they work with. We're working to bring data, context, and logic together all in one place so we can gain insights faster and have those aha moments together when we're exploring our data. As a community, we are building a place to explore, analyze, and communicate that data with each other and with the world. And our mission at Observable is to help everyone make sense of the world with data together. So I want to welcome everyone. And particularly, I want to welcome all of those users who are committed to Observable, to making it better. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your generosity, sharing what you know in the forum, and sharing your work with the world. I also want to welcome all of the practitioners that are pushing the boundaries of what's possible when we're working with data, and how visualization, data visualization, is the new way to do that. I also want to welcome and thank all of the people that are collaborating with data, the data analysts, data scientists, developers, and all the folks that group of people work with to make sense of data. We all together are defining a new way to work with data, and we know that we're stronger and faster when we work together. And finally, I want to welcome and thank all of our speakers for sharing your work, your passion on this diverse set of topics. It's incredible. I'm so excited to hear all of the speakers today and tomorrow. We have 2 days together. So over the next 2 days, you will hear and participate in kind of 4 groupings of talks. The first are community talks. So this is a place to learn best practices, to see all the different ways that the community and individual creators are using Observable to collaborate with data. The second is to see data in action. So to experience directly why the community is using Observable to create dashboards, visualizations, charts, and so much more. The community is using it to tell stories with data and to improve decision-making. So you're going to see some live pair programming in Observable on a variety of topics to really get a sense of what it's like to work with data in action. You'll hear customer stories. So you're going to hear a little bit about how organizations are using Observable to work with data, from quick and fast exploratory data analysis to building data apps, dashboards, reports, and different visualizations for better decision-making. And those stories are often ones that we don't see out in the public community at Observable. So definitely check that out. And finally, you're going to see some Observable demos. We've been working hard to build new features to help the community work with data. free teams, the data table cell. And actually, after this kickoff, you're going to hear a great talk from Mike on all the different tips and techniques to use Observable. So we really hope in the next 2 days that you'll have an opportunity to connect with other community members, to meet some new folks, to maybe learn some new topics, to connect after the conference, to work together. We hope that you'll learn more about what's possible with Observable, new techniques, new types of data analysis, new ways of using visualization in your work. And finally, we hope that you will be inspired, that you'll get some new ideas, some new perspective, and maybe a shift in perspective that you can bring back to your work. So I want to thank you so much for being here. Welcome to our first conference. And thank you to Mike. I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Melody. I just wanted to give, a quick thank you to everyone for being here. I'm deeply appreciative of this opportunity to share some insight into our work, 2 minutes in with the puns, and to learn and, connect with people using Observable, right? Hearing from users is invaluable in shaping the product and our vision. It gives us the energy that accelerates our work. If you're excited, then we're excited. So I know we're all remote, but I encourage all of you to engage in chat and the Q&A sessions and sharing notebooks. Everyone should feel safe asking questions and sharing their ideas. And we'd love to hear from you and for you to have the opportunity to connect with each other. I also want to give a special thank you to all the speakers who are sharing their time and their wisdom over the next couple of days. I think this is a real treat to hear from so many voices talking about the joys and struggles of working with data. And I'm really excited just to kick this off. So here we go.
All right. Thanks, Mike. We're so excited for y'all to be here, and let's get started. Let's not wait another minute. Thanks again. Back to you, Wayne.
Awesome. Thanks, Melody. Thanks, Mike. We're excited about today. We're excited about the insight. We're excited about you all in the chat. We see people from London. We see people from Berlin, from Portugal, from Barcelona, Germany. Thank you all for joining. This event can't happen without you all and the entire community. We have a great first talk coming up with Harris, who's the principal web developer at Freedom of the Press Foundation. We're excited to have Harris with us today, and he's going to be pairing later with Paul Buffa, who works at Observable, who's a data viz developer. And we're excited about what they're going to show, what they're going to demo. But also remind everyone, use the chat, use the Q&A. We're here for you. So are we ready? Harris? Get a thumbs up. I see you in the back. Awesome.
Thanks, Wayne. All right, let me just figure out, can you all see my slides? Anyone? There they are. All right, thanks so much for that introduction, Wayne. I am honored to be the first after the welcome. I'm Harris Lapiroff. I'm here to talk about the Freedom of the Press Foundation, which is a nonprofit that defends journalists and whistleblowers through technology, advocacy, and digital security. I've been working with FPF in-house for about 4 years now, and I worked with them as a consultant for about 3 years before that. So I've been with them for the entire duration of this project that I'm going to talk to you about today. So a quick overview, I'll be talking about the US Press Freedom Tracker. I'll give you some of its history and purpose. I'm going to introduce you to its API, and I'll give you a case study about how we used the data to draw insights about press freedom violations during the Black Lives Matter protests in 2020. And then I'll share a few other examples. And as mentioned, if there's time at the end, we'll take some questions, and Paul will join us for potentially some live editing of a notebook playing with the data. So if you have any questions about the data or things you'd like to explore during the presentation, be sure to be thinking about that. So in 2017, in partnership with a couple dozen other press freedom organizations, the Freedom of the Press Foundation launched the U.S. Press Freedom Tracker. And its purpose is to comprehensively and systematically document aggressions against press freedom in the United States. While before that, stories of journalists being attacked and arrested were covered, there wasn't a central repository that we could use to answer questions like how many journalists were arrested in 2020? Is it more or fewer than in 2019? Or how many journalists have been subpoenaed this year? And I think in general, we've been pretty successful at this goal. Our reporting is commonly cited, among other places, in news stories, amicus briefs, and court cases. And one recent example of the kinds of questions that we can answer with the tracker that people come to us for is last year, a journalist, Andrea Sahari of the Des Moines Register, went to trial after being arrested while covering a protest. And a lot of reporters turned to us at that time to ask basically, how common is it actually that a journalist will get arrested and that case will actually go to trial? And the answer is that it's actually quite uncommon. Cases are usually dropped before then. And that's the sort of information that we have in the tracker. So the tracker organizes incidents into 11 categories. Some of these categories, it's a lot more possible for us to sort of comprehensively document them. For example, it's pretty obvious what constitutes a leak prosecution or a journalist being arrested, but something like a chilling statement is a bit of a muddier and more expansive category that we can't possibly capture every example of a chilling statement against journalism. And you can see that we also have this sort of catch-all other category for incidents that we think deserve coverage but don't fit neatly anywhere else. So each incident is thoroughly reported out by our reporting staff in a narrative form. But we also think of the tracker as a database. And for every incident we cover, we record a bunch of structured data about it. And we knew that early on, we wanted to be rigorous in our reporting and provide people a reliable data set that they could use to identify trends and put particular incidents in context. So in that spirit, from the beginning, we've had an API through which people could use information on our site. And as most of you probably know, an API is a way to access data from a system, in our case, the US Press Freedom Tracker. And our API in particular doubles as a way to get a complete export of the contents of the website. If you just want the entire database and you want to run your own queries on it, you can do that. But it can also be accessed through a web browser or any automated script to get live up-to-date data. And you can access it at this URL up top. You can even visit this in a web browser right now if you want. It's run by Django and Django REST framework, which provides a nice web interface for you to explore the data straight from a web browser. And if you do visit, you'll notice that we have several different endpoints. The most important endpoint, the one you're likely to want to interact with directly, is the incidents endpoint. The rest of them mostly provide information about related data types, such as a list of all the categories we use on the website or a list of all the individual journalists who are in our database. And if you want to download all of the incidents right now, you can just use that link to all incidents. You can also get it formatted as a CSV. And because the API does paginate by default, you might want to add a limit parameter up there, something very high, like 10,000. That is more than the number of incidents in the database. So those requests are appropriate if you want to download the data and do all the processing offline, but we also provide functionality for accessing the data live, and you can even filter it as appropriate for your project. This is documented on that first URL there at pressfreedomtracker.us/data. I'm not going to get too technical by getting into all the details, but I am showing a couple examples of sort of more sophisticated filters on the data. And one particular thing I want to draw attention to is that by default, the API includes all of the possible fields on every incident, which includes the full HTML formatted text write-up of every incident that our reporters write up. And that can make responses both pretty large and kind of slow to generate. So if you know exactly which fields you want, you can use that fields parameter to specify just those fields, which will make the incidents a little quicker. So, as I'm sure that everyone remembers, in May of 2020, a Black man, George Floyd, was murdered on video by Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, setting off a month of protests across the country. And these protests were clearly a reckoning on race in the US, but they were also a flashpoint for press freedom. In 2020, we documented nearly 700 incidents specifically at Black Lives Matter protests. And for scale, the previous 3 years each saw fewer than 180 incidents. So 700 at protests alone is a huge increase. And our staff worked around the clock to meticulously report and document every incident. Again, each of these incidents is published on our website, and you can browse the website for those individual reports, but we can also put them into context by charting the aggregate data. And as you can see here, you can see that huge spike in 2020. And again, I'll say that all of the charts that I'll be showing during this presentation were created in Observable, and we'll be sharing the notebook at the end that created them. So here, just digging into 2020, you can see how the incidents spike in May when the protests began, and they slowly tapered off, but did not return to baseline levels as the protests continued over the course of the year. This was a timeline of incidents that I created in Observable for our website, and it actually was live on the US Press Freedom Tracker website for a long while, and it uses our API to provide quite a bit of interactivity. You can hover over each incident to get details about the specific incident, and you can use the highlight menu at the top to call out incidents by city or even who the aggressor was in each situation. This is in a notebook that I'll share at the end, so you can explore it and interact with it. But I do want to show off one particular view of it, which is that if you asked the drop-down menu to highlight incidents where the assailant was law enforcement, you can see that the majority of physical attacks during that month were perpetrated by law enforcement officers on journalists. And one additional chart that we made that I think is particularly interesting is this chart of cumulative incidents at various cities over the course of those protests. And you can see how the protests sort of start in Minneapolis, and then where you see a surge of incidents in the first few days. And then sort of other cities follow. And I have called out this particular point when DHS agents were deployed to Portland, theoretically to keep protesters under control. And you can just see how the number of incidents there skyrockets after that. So that was one sort of case study of how we get information from the Press Freedom Tracker database, how we can visualize it using Observable and draw insights from it. I want to share a couple other notebooks that I created using Observable that I think are good examples of the power of having an open API like ours and the ability to explore it with Observable. So this is a bee swarm graphic that I created for our 5-year anniversary. And because I used the live API, it has continued to update since then. So it's now charting almost 6 years of press freedom incidents. And again, in this graphic, which we'll share at the end, if you go to it and hover over any of those individual points, it'll show you the details of each particular incident, and you can click through to go to the website and do the full read through of the incident. And the final example that I want to share here is this is actually an internal notebook that we use that I think really shows the power of us having this open API such that we can even use it ourselves. This is an observable notebook I created for the editorial team to look through the database at any incidents where the data seems like it might have something that needs to be checked. You know, if it's missing a state in its data, if the state that it has appears to not be in the US, or if it has a particular category but is missing fields of data that we usually associate with those categories. So this was actually a really sort of neat way of adding these integrity checks without having to add additional functionality to our own software. So I thought that was pretty cool. As I mentioned, all of these charts and notebooks are available online on Observable, and the data is all at pressfreedomtracker.us. And I got through that pretty quickly, so I think we have actually a fair bit of time for questions and playing with the data. So maybe I will throw it over to Paul now. I'll stay on so that people can ask any questions about the data. And Paul, you can sort of show off some charts and explore the data live.
All right, sounds great. Thanks, Harris. I'm going to get things set up. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to put in the chat there. We can try to answer them while I get my screen going here. So hopefully, can people see my screen? I think we still have Harris's. Let's see.
Yeah, can I?
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
All right, great. That worked pretty well. That's pretty nice. Hi, everyone. Yeah, just a quick intro. Paul Buffa. I'm a data viz developer at Observable, working in product education. And I'm really excited to be here today and walk through this really interesting data set that Harris has provided. So I've got here a notebook open. Hopefully, most of you are familiar with notebooks in Observable. But this is where we do our data work and our analysis. And I've forked the notebook that he shared, the US Press Freedom Tracker, to kind of walk through how to make some visualizations with this data set here. So I've got the data attached as a file attachment. So notice here, I've got this incident CSV. As Harris knows before, there is a live API you can connect to directly. So if you're curious, that is at the bottom here, how to connect to that API. You can see there's some query parameters you can add to there as well.
Paul, before you start showing that off, I noticed that we had a question in the chat that I'd love to answer.
Oh, great.
So Misha asked what the different colors on my B-Swarm chart represented. Those colors represented the categories of each incident. So those 11 categories I showed at the beginning, each of them was assigned a color on that B-Swarm. And some incidents do have multiple categories. In the George Floyd chart, you may have noticed that for those ones, I actually assigned them multiple colors. But for the B-Swarm chart, I just assigned each one color according to the sort of primary category, which is the first one the editors assigned it. They do not cluster in any particular way. And in fact, one of the things I was talking to Paul about before this talk was that if you did that sort of a B-Swarm chart and preserved the x-axis so that every incident was at exactly the date it occurred on, you end up with this incredibly large bar just at May 2020, which is like 10 times taller than the rest of the chart. So so that B-Swarm actually spreads out the incidents, and you end up with a little date inaccuracy in exchange for having a relatively compact chart. Sorry to interrupt, Paul. Go ahead.
Oh, that was perfect. Thank you. And yeah, hopefully everyone can read the font here. I've tried to zoom in a good amount, but let me know if it needs to be zoomed in any further. Usually it works pretty well at 150% for presenting. So back to where we were. So we've got incidence CSV loaded here. This is the data that Harris was showing off of all this information about different incidents. You can see we've got a lot of details here. One thing I really like to do when I'm working Observable is to put things into SQL format. My brain still works in SQL, so I like doing that. And I often use DuckDB, which is a really great framework for doing SQL databases in browser. So I've imported that functionality here, and I created a database called DB with a table that's defined as incidents using that incidence CSV. So now I can add a new SQL cell, which is my favorite cell type, select that database, and now start writing some queries. For those of you who are not familiar with SQL, just real quick, you specify in the select here what you want to look at in the data and the from which tables you're looking at. So we're looking at the incidence table. And one thing I love about the SQL cell is that it's really easy to kind of look into my data with this table view. So I can see we've got title here. We've got the actual URL to that article from Press Freedom Tracker. We've got a lot of different dates here about when this was updated and published. We have some details about the charges, categories, links. There's many things here. You also have targeted journalists, authors, date. And I want to focus on, I think initially, right here, we've got date, city, and state as kind of a way to jump into this. So we might want to see something like the number of incidents by city and state. So SQL is great for doing this quick aggregation. I can just write a query that says, I want to count the number of incidents by city and state. So I'm going to say city as one of the fields I'm going to pull, state. I'm going to do a count star, which means I'm going to count all the records that are tied to the city and state and call that as number incidents. And I'm going to have to group by, another SQL clause, say I want to group by city and state. So I can say city and state. There we go. Very quick. We've now got a count of the number of incidents by each city and state. We can also order the results if we want to see, say, the top city and states by number of incidents. So I'm going to order by that third column. So I'm going to say order by 3 and do it in descending order. So I see the ones with the most incidents at the top. Why don't we name this cell? We can call this incidents by city. And this way I can use it in another cell so I can visualize it. So I'm going to create a new cell here. I'm going to use the cell menu to find, let's do like a horizontal bar chart. That should work pretty well. So I'm going to start typing. There we go, horizontal bar chart. You see I got the little code snippet for it. I'm going to swap out the data. So the default has this alphabet data. I'm going to put in my incidents by city. And the X here, since it's horizontal, will be number incidents. And Y will be my city and state. So I might just use city for now. Oh, I know I'm going to get one little error. I'm going to fix that. What you have to do is declare this as an integer. And okay, quick visualization. It's pretty big, a little messy, right? There's a lot of cities and states in this data set. So we can clean this up a bit, maybe by reducing the number of city and states that we look at. So we can limit it in our SQL query to, say, the top 10. There we go. That's a much easier to read visualization already. So we've got a little margin getting cut off. So I'm going to change that here. Let's maybe bump it to 100 pixels. Now we can see the top cities by the number of incidents. I'm just going to pause real quick to see if there's any questions in the chat.
Yeah, there were a few questions for me. Thanks for showing that off. That's extremely cool how quickly you were able to put together that bar chart and explore the data with DuckDB. Someone asked if Observable helps maintain consistency across charts, like the same colors for incident categories. I don't know if Observable specifically helped with that. I think that, one thing is that we had a previous design for the website when I made that George Floyd chart where we very specifically assigned each category a color. We've moved away from that in the current iteration. There's just a lot of categories and 11 colors that fit a color scheme and are, colorblind accessible is a lot to come up with. So now we just sort of have a general color palette. So we don't actually preserve colors for each category. So that doesn't come up so much anymore. Someone asked about incidents that were considered gray and hard to put into a category or were removed. This is more of a question for our reporting staff. I don't know the answer to whether we've ever removed incidents from the database, but I do know that there's certainly a lot of grappling with sort of gray area incidents. And I know that our approach in general is to be pretty broad about what we consider an incident and what we and who we consider a journalist. We try. I think there are definitely a lot of cases, especially of independent journalists, where they're not necessarily associated with a major publication. But if we determine that they were engaged in an act of journalism at the moment when the incident occurred, we will be inclined to count it. And someone asked about speed issues. And yes, we definitely do encounter speed issues. Our database isn't that large. I think it is on the scale of 2,000 or so incidents at this point. But given all of the metadata that we record and the various related objects, we do spend a lot of time trying to optimize the speed of our API. And even now, it's still a little slow. So if you're going to do anything with the entire database, I really do recommend downloading a snapshot of the API to play with it instead of repeatedly querying it. But it's something we're working on trying to solve with caching and various other tricks. And I'll pass it back to you, Paul, for more demos.
Sounds great. All right. So yeah, we'll actually get into, hopefully I'll have some time to get into that issue with colors, with the categories. There's so many different categories here. It's really hard to do a good color scale for it. So I was going to highlight some of those issues in a little bit. But continuing here, so one idea is so we can see, right, the number of incidents by city. We might want to look at maybe a timeline view of incidents for a specific city, right, to see when these incidents in Portland happened over time. So what we can do is we can take this data set we have here by city and state, and we can use that as a filter for our view. So I'm going to create another cell here. Again, using the handy cell menu, I'm going to look for a drop-down input. And what I'll do is here, I'll swap the values out. So by default, you just have an A and B value with our cities. So I'm going to take that data set we used, the incidents by city. See, it's already right there. And I'm going to retrieve just the city name. And we'll have now a drop-down by city, which is pretty nice. We might want to include also maybe the state as well, since there might be cities that are in multiple states, right? There's like a New York, right, in every single state. So we'll add here, and let's do a little formatting of this. I'm going to add in the state. I believe it's just called, state. So now we've got the city and state in our dropdown. So what we can do is we can now create a new visualization. We're going to do, let's say, like a count of incidents by day. So we can do like a temporal bar chart. And we're going to use our incidence data. And I can filter now by this value. So actually maybe it's something a little more specific, like select city. So select city will equal, and it's going to be this same little code snippet here. So city and state. Now we'll have to use the date field, which I have to remember if it's uppercase or lowercase. Let's take a look here. We can take a quick peek. Yep, lowercase date. And for Y, we can do something like, we'll have to aggregate, right? Because we're going to have to do a count of the number of incidents. So let's see here. We can do that a few different ways. Another idea is we can actually do a visualization of each incident as a separate mark. So we were talking before about bee swarms, which are pretty interesting. Let's actually do that. Maybe more fun because there's more things we can do when we use a bee swarm. So I'm going to take the same little code here. And for the X, I'm going to use my date. And I need my double equals. And there we go. And all right, we can already see that big jump in the number of incidents for one day. It actually goes off the chart, like all the way up. So we can do some formatting changes to make that a little easier to read. So I'm going to bump the height up a bit. Still a lot for that specific day. Maybe let's choose a different city that has a little bit fewer. Okay, yeah, New York has fewer incidents. Although it is kind of fun to see such a big surge in just the data there. In terms of how to handle it. So why don't we also increase the width a bit? So we can just specify width there. That'll use the maximum width of our screen. Okay, so now we've got the visualization kind of fitting within this cell here. And we can see again, yeah, there's that large surge of incidents that happened during the Black Lives Matter movement. Yeah, we've got now a different symbol representing each specific incident. So I think I saw in the chat earlier, there was a question from Sneha around whether it's easy to change the symbols here from things other than circles. So you can, it's very easy. You can just specify the symbol. And we could do something like a triangle. Now we've got triangles. Or we could do it as a square. But the default view will be by circle. So I'm going to leave that for now. One idea is we can now add in maybe colors to show something like the category. So we can just specify here a fill, and we're going to use category to give its categories, since there can be multiple categories tied to a single incident. And we have now a bee swarm that's showing those different categories. Now, without a legend, this might look like, oh, there's only a couple categories. But if we add a legend, you'll see that that's not the case. So I'm going to specify we want to use color legend. And you'll see at the top there that there's actually many, many different categories. And for some of these, you'll see, right, there's like multiple categories tied to a single incident. So that makes it pretty tricky to do a color scale, given that there's more than, say, 10 categories, which is typically kind of the cutoff for an ordinal color scale. And again, there's many that have multiple categories. So we could use a different field. Maybe something like the assailant could be interesting. Here you'll notice that there's many fewer categories, so it's a little bit easier to understand this and read this. So I made a bee swarm pretty quickly. Yeah, let's take a quick break to see if there's any questions here.
Yeah, I saw one question for me about why only a small number of incidents have a case number associated with them. That case number is actually specific to incidents that are associated with a legal case. So it is the actual court-assigned case number for those incidents. So not every incident, not even most of them have them. And then I saw a question for you, Paul, about is there a reason to prefer using filter on the data set itself rather than filter as an attribute on the channels?
There's so many different ways to do it. You can definitely do it as a filter attribute on the channels. I actually often prefer to do it within the query. So one thing that's pretty neat is you can embed variables within queries. So I'm going to just do a quick example of that. I'm going to duplicate this cell and bring it down over here. So we could say, let's do a filter here. We'll make a where clause to filter the data. And we're going to use this select city. We're going to have to put in the same format where it's the city, comma, space, state. So I'm going to say concat city, comma, space, state equals. Here it's a single equals because now we're writing in SQL, not in JavaScript. And we're going to use the select city. So I'm going to embed a variable. And now you can see I get the results for just Portland. I can also just do a select star to pull all the data. Let's see here. Oh, wait, I have to remove the group by because now I'm not grouping by anything. Now I've got all the data tied to the city I selected from my dropdown. I often like using this method actually, rather than doing it within the visualization. So I can just swap out the data, right? Does the exact same thing. If I switch to a different city state, it'll show those. The reason I like doing it in the query is that often if I'm working with a really large data set, this will just have less records kind of being saved in the browser. So if I'm pinging a database, not here because they were using DuckDB, we're running a database in the browser. But say if I was pinging a database on another server, I might only want to return the least number of records that I need for my visualization. So doing it in the query here is pretty neat. It can make everything run a lot faster. But great question.
Someone asked what you particularly like about putting it into DuckDB.
I just really like writing SQL, which I think is maybe strange to some people.
Somewhat unusual quality, I think.
Yeah. For I think really simple aggregation, SQL is really effective. It's really easy just to do a quick count or a sum by something. So it is often just kind of a familiar territory for me. And then a lot of the data sets I work with are in SQL databases. So it's just something I do pretty frequently. All right, so I want to show off a few other cool features of Plot, which make visualizing just so quick and easy, especially if you come from the D3 world where you have to really specify everything and write a lot of code. So one thing that might be interesting to do here is to be able to actually pull up the specific link to the incident and maybe read that. So you've got kind of like a data app. You can see the data here, and then you can actually pull up the specific article that's written about it. So in Plot, I can just specify a URL. It's going to be href. If you're familiar with HTML, you'll know why it's called that. It's used for A tags when you specify the link. And it's going to be just called that slug value. And now you'll notice my cursor actually changes now to like a pointer, right? Because that means I can click on it. I'm also just going to specify that the target is going to be blank. So this way it opens up on a new tab. And now I can actually click on that specific mark and pull up the article here, which is pretty interesting. So now we've got something I think that works pretty well, right? We can visualize every incident by any city, and we can actually pull up the specific articles that are written about that incident. I wanted to leave it open a little bit here if there's any specific requests of something people wanted to see. Another cut of the data here that might be interesting. I'll give it a little bit. If no one has any ideas, I've got plenty of ideas to open up. It wouldn't be live coding if I didn't leave it open to any possibility. All right, well, another thing that could be fun to look at. So we've got this bee swarm view, and here we're doing the color by the number, by the assailant. We can actually facet the results by that, right? And then kind of compare the timeline view for each of the different categories here. So let's look maybe again at Portland, since that has a lot of data. And we can just quickly do a facet. Data will be the same thing, or instance by city 1, which was the duplicate, right, where I filtered in the SQL query. And maybe along the Y, we'll facet by, just going to add my comma. And all right, we've now got that bee swarm in a kind of a small multiples view faceted by these different groupings by the different assailants. Gets a little crazy with, again, that one day in Portland where just incidents are through off the cell. So we can filter for another group here. We might want to tighten this up a little bit, since now there's data kind of split along the Y channel. We maybe don't need as much height and as width. So I'm going to just reduce this a bit. Do it as 500. And so we've got some days where there's a lot here. So if we adjust this, however we adjust it. One thing that's really fun, I'm going to share a quick trick. Oh, Harris, would you give a question there?
Sure, yeah. Someone asked actually a couple people asked about the bee swarm. Someone asked if you could dodge them like in MyViz, and someone asked how you would do an x-axis wobble so the charts are not so tall, which I can answer these. Paul is using the plots built-in dodge transform, which preserves the x-axis. So this is something that I was talking about before. So the plots dodge transform specifically places all of those points exactly where they should be on the timeline. I used a force-directed bee swarm notebook that Harry Stevens wrote, so thank you, Harry, for that, which does not preserve the x-axis, and that's why instead of getting those tall peaks, I get the incidents sort of spread out to the sides of where they would otherwise be peaking. And it's a little more complicated to integrate into plot.
Yeah, it's a tough trade-off too, because while you make it, it can look nicer, right? Because you don't have these sort of dots going off the page. It loses some of the meaning, because now when you look at one of these circles, right now it's lined up perfectly by the date. But if it has to be moved over to make space for it, it might look like it happened, months earlier than it actually did. So it's a tricky one. But yeah, there's great examples up there. Well, I believe.
All right, Paul, I think we are running a little over time. I think that they'll allow you a couple more minutes if you want to show anything else. But
well, I would just say that we have this data set. Harris has a public notebook for this that you can take a look at. You can fork like I did and make changes. It's really interesting. So please do take a look, and thank you everyone for listening in.
And please find me after virtually if you have any more questions about the Press Freedom Tracker or want to play with our data. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Harris. Love starting off the day with, talking about some important issues, but also showing exactly how powerful Observable work, how to use the API, how to create a visualization, how to make everything work as it's supposed to work in the Observable universe. When you code in the platform, take it into another site. So thank you, Harris. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you both. We're really excited about our next speakers coming up, Dea and Maxene. They're going to be talking about animating in Viz, SVG, and Canvas with GSAP. And Maxene, if you didn't know, Maxene, we interviewed her for one of our ambassador stories. If you can check, someone can drop the link in the chat. But that post is up on our blog, observablehq.com/blog. You can check that out. And we're going to be moving right along throughout the day. And didn't know, Dea is a graphics journalist at Reuters. Maxene, independent data visualization engineer. Maxene, Dea, are you ready? Give me a thumbs up. We're good? All right. Let's get started. See you on the.
Okay. Great. Hey, I'm Max. Wayne just gave me a great introduction. I am going to be starting this coding session off, and then Dea is going to take it from there because she is a lot more advanced than I am in GSAP and does amazing things with Canvas. So it's going to be really great. But I'll start with more of the basics, and I prepared a notebook. So if you want to code along with me, you can. And I'll just drop that into Hopkins. There's the notebook. And present my screen. Okay. Sorry, this always takes a second to figure out. Okay, I'll just show that. Okay. Great. So I'm curious to know if people have used GSAP with Observable or just like for regular animations or for D3. because I know that D3 has a lot of great transitions into it. And so some questions that I have gotten and have explored is why use GSAP with D3 or with data visualization in the first place. And I'm not going to go into a ton of detail about that, but the reason why I like to use GSAP, and this is something that we'll be looking at, is because of its timelines. And so timelines are basically a way to like string on a bunch of animations. And so it makes it really easy. It also has a great community, and it has awesome easing functions, kind of like D3. And here's a little demo of it. So there's like all of these, and then you can also make your own custom ones. It's also very easy to prototype. There's a lot of kind of like built-in functions so that you can see the progress of your animation or go to a specific time point in it. And you can do really cool stuff with it. This is one of my favorite things I found on Observable, which is by Cream. Yeah, so those quickly, just some of the reasons why I like to use GSAP or why I started to use it. And so in the next 10 or 15 minutes, we're going to be trying to look at selections, because selecting your elements you want to animate is a huge part of GSAP. And I found, especially using Observable, there's a lot of gotchas. And also like coding in a reactive notebook, it has been pretty interesting with GSAP. And to do that, we'll be looking at stagger functions, text plugin, and scroll trigger, which are all different ways that I like to, or these are different functions that I like to use for data visualization. So hopefully that will be relevant to you as well. So just like step one is importing GSAP. So you use this like CDN link that I've put right here. And then easy, make a chart. Okay, so this isn't really a chart, but it is like 4 rectangles, and we can use this to animate and kind of get the basics down. So making the animation in the next step is kind of where the reactive notebook intricacies, I suppose, come in, because you don't actually want to make it in the same cell as your data visualization in here, but you want to make it in its own cell. And so that's really important. And in this is where one of the first gotchas comes in, is when you're selecting. Because if you do a whole document query selector for selecting your elements, then of course, like you're going to be selecting the whole page, and you could have like other elements in it. And it's just like not very specific. And so that's why I like to use the whatever I've called the chart in the first place. So for example, where do I have it here? You would use demo. So for example, this is, if I called this chart SVG, then I would specifically be selecting into that. And so that's also to say that you don't want to use D3 to select. And if you try, these are not going to work, although using query to selector or the document, using query selector on the document will work. And so I've actually, if we want to check the console, we can see exactly what those selections could look like. So this one, okay, well, I'm not sure if you can see the console because sometimes screen sharing doesn't work with that. But if you want to open your console, then you can. And then you'll see like the different node lists, and you can see how D3 does the selections, and GSAP has its own to array, which is interesting because, I mean, it just like puts all of these, selects the recs and puts them into array, kind of like the query selector, but it has its own function if you feel like using it. All right, so we have those basics. Oops, sorry about that. And we have, so this was the selector that I made. This is the SVG chart right there. And below right here is the simple demo that I made. So let's see if we can try to do this together. Okay, so the first thing that we are going to do is select our chart. So that is pretty easy. And I'm just going to copy paste this in there. Great. So we have selected our chart, and in there, we're selecting these waffles that I have called demo. So the next thing that we are going to do, which is pretty important if we want to do a stagger animation, which is what I was planning on doing here, is to make sure that all the elements have an opacity of 0, because otherwise they can't stagger in if they are all opaque. So we'll do that, and as soon as I hit that, it is going to fade out exactly. But we want them to animate to be to an opacity of 0. And so that's why we use this GSAP2 function. And if you want to know more information about all of these GSAP functions, I have some resources at the bottom, because I'm assuming that people have different experience levels with GSAP. So we grab the demo, which is all of the rectangles that we just selected right here. So this is just taking the entire array of it. And then we're saying that we want to take these elements and we want them to go to an opacity of 0 and then also stagger. There's also a function that is from. And so if we wanted to do from, it would be going from whatever. You have to think of it in the opposite. And so that's why I always use to, because the from doesn't really work with my brain. But we would basically be going from a certain starting point back to it. So I have like a little, I said there's like an exercise if you want to try to do it from. We wouldn't, I'll just give you a hint, we wouldn't have to do this opacity of 0 right there. Okay, so when we press play, what happens? Oh no, GSAP. To demo is not a function. Okay. And you know why that is? It's because I actually needed to call this something. Save it in a variable. Great, of course. Oh, okay. And I also know why. It's because I didn't call the timeline. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so the reason why I'm using a timeline here, you actually don't need to. You could just do this too, as I just did, or at least tried to do. So here, I'll get rid of this. So that works. Oh, well, that's not going to work. This is going to work. No, it's not going to work. Okay, I'm sorry about this. That's because it needs to be GSAP too. But the reason why I'm wanting to do timeline is because then you can do these stagger functions. This needs to be set, because we're setting it in the beginning. And then this would have to be GSAP.2. Okay. And it's not going to animate in because if we want to leverage these like play and restarts, we need to use timeline. And so that's the reason why I wanted to do that here. So we can uncomment this. I pause it in the beginning because otherwise it will just play, and we want to be able to control when we play it because we might miss the animation like that. Okay, so if we want to do the stagger, there we go. Then we pause the animation. Okay, we might have to, I forgot to say the caveat is that sometimes when all else fails, you need to just restart the notebook because it can be a little, yeah. Here, so we'll try to, don't need this one. Okay, let's make sure that I have selected everything. I'm looking at my cheat sheet. Timeline, GSAP, demo, opacity. Okay, so let's try to do this and see if it happens. No. Okay, I'll try again because maybe I did something wrong. Oh, and voila. Okay, because I didn't uncomment those buttons because those need to work. And then, okay, 16. Okay, and voila, they come in. So another gotcha that I wanted to show you, and this is kind of what I was talking about before with the needing to restart the notebook, although I was in the wrong about that, I admit, is if you say you wanted to take like the last of this one and scale it up. So we'll do that, we'll play, and okay, here the last one doesn't scale, and this was also happening before. Yeah, okay, so see this kind of like weird stuff happens. And so oftentimes you need to, yeah, either restart all of the cells or one of the cells. Okay, yeah, so it's pretty strange. And then if you decide I did not like that and you want to get rid of it, and you start the cell and then you play it. We'll see if this happens. This animation has been really weird. Okay, well, good. Now it's all working. But I've noticed that sometimes Observable has a caching issue, which means that it will kind of save this last animation and play it even though you've commented it out. And so when that happens, you just have to like restart the entire page. So that's it. Okay. And I'm sorry that this is taking so much longer than I expected, but I will have this notebook available. So if you want to play around with it, I'll have like the key and everything. So I wanted to also try to use plot and try to animate a plot, which was pretty interesting. And the reason why I say it's interesting is because you can't really do like the same selections or class names like you can with D3, because you can, you can like put IDs on things, you can call like circles different, give them different class names. But for plot, there's only one kind of class name parameter that you can give it. And so it is a lot more tricky to animate. But nevertheless, I decided to try to animate plot. And so what you have to do is, really go into the inspector and look and see what, how you can try to use query selector to select these things. And so what I was particularly looking at were the X and Y axes here, because I wanted to try to change the text of it so that the text would update when the scatter plot updated, and then also the circles. And so if you click on the circles, you notice that, they're just in a group. And with the text, this one was a lot more interesting. These are each in the x-axis, or they have their own x-axis and also y-axis group, but they don't have a class name or anything. And they're also in this like long node list. So what I had to do, and I'll just, okay, good. Yeah, so what I had to do was I selected the area label and then the text, and then I just like got the last one in the list. And I know that there's a last of, but it wasn't working out for me, so I didn't use that one. And then you set the opacity to 0. As I said, important step. And the reason why I like setting the opacity to 0 in the GSAP is just so the animation and my chart are separate, because otherwise it's like hard to prototype, and just like having that rule makes it easier when things aren't appearing on the screen, because then I know what's going wrong. So because we're animating text, we have this text plugin. And then the next thing, and this one also kind of stumped me for a second, is because I wanted to try to make a timeline, but have the timeline go from the sepal data to the petal data. But the thing with the timeline is that you can either have a yo-yo, which means it kind of like goes back and forth on its own time, but it's hard to have two different timelines between each other with a button. So for example, I could have done a timeline, and if you click it, it will just go from itself from petal to sepal, but I wouldn't be able to specifically say, go to the sepal data or go to the petal data. And so that's why I ended up doing these on clicks. So I'm just gonna put this in here so we can see what that looks like. And of course you could make this its own function and it would look a lot nicer, and then put that in an on-click. Okay, so we don't see anything. Hopefully this time something will work. Good. Okay, so we've got the sepal and then the petal, and we have an animated plot, which is exciting. So unfortunately, I ran out of time. I did have a timeline, which is like a waffle stagger plot that you can look into on your own time. I also made one with scrolled sugar, which I guess doesn't really make sense in an observable notebook. But the reason why I use that is because you can make a nicer stagger animation where it goes one by one. And I just wanted to mention that because you use this like batch function. So essentially there's infinite ways to use GSAP to animate SVGs, and lots and lots of different techniques that you can use to use that. So I'm not saying that I know like the best practices or anything, but these are a few tips that I've been learning on the way, and also a few of practices that I have decided to keep. Great, so I'll start, sorry, this is gonna go back to StreamYard, so you'll be seeing a bit of that, and I'll stop sharing. Great. Okay, I'll let Dia come in, and then we'll take some questions if people have it.
Hi, Max. Thank you so much. And hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me and see me okay. I'm just going to share a link as well. Okay, so you should be able to have a look at this collection where we have one starting notebook and one kind of ending notebook. And I'm just going to share my screen, and let's have a look. Okay. So what we have here is we're going to switch gears a little bit and talk about how we can use GSAP in a slightly more unusual setting, although you see that it's not actually that different. And we're going to try to animate canvas with GSAP. So I'm going to assume a little bit of knowledge of canvas, but I'll also try to explain everything as I go along. And let me confirm for a second that you can see my screen. Okay. So as you can see, we have a notebook which says start with capital letters. And this notebook is basically mostly empty, and it just has some kind of beginner code to help you get started. And I originally thought I was going to use this notebook and code along with you guys, but I think this is going to take too much time. So I'm going to leave this one blank, and we're going to work through one example together. And then in your time, if you are interested in continuing and kind of developing this knowledge, then this notebook is there for you to practice. And also at the very end of both of the notebooks, you can see my contact details. So if you have any questions afterwards, even after this talk, you can always poke me and kind of ask me questions or ask me to create further examples if you're interested. And we also have some time for Q&A. Okay, so let's just go to the completed examples, and I'll quickly walk you through what we have here, and then we go into kind of in detail what we're doing. So we have a few kind of simple starters. So this one, we just have an animation where we're animating a bunch of circles, which go from one position, radius, and fill to another position, radius, and fill. And all of this is done in Canvas. And then the next example is essentially using the same idea, but what's happening is we're increasing the number of circles by a factor of thousands. So here you can see we have 20,000 circles, and I can actually increase this up to 50,000. And just to show you, this animation is still going to play seamlessly. And the reason why I included this example is just to show you like why you would even consider using Canvas in the first place, especially when doing data visualization. And that is because Canvas will allow you to easily do something like this, which is to say, if you have a lot of data points and you want to maybe visualize each and every one of them, so you have tens of thousands of points and you want to visualize them this way, then you probably won't be able to use SVG. But you can use Canvas and you can still use GSAP. And GSAP will have no problem animating that amount, like that many points. Then the next example that we have is just building up on that, and we have a circle packing to random arrangement. And the reason why I've included this example is kind of to maybe get it a little bit closer to what you might be using for data visualization. So circle packing using D3 is just one possible layout that you might have. Whereas what we're doing before is just random arrangement, which wouldn't actually be that useful if you're doing a real data visualization. This one I'll skip for now. And the last one I did just for fun. So I don't know if I have any anime fans in the room, but if they are, I'd be super happy to hear from you. I've included 3 files. So if you have a look at the files in the notebook, and these files are called Totoro, Spirit Away, and Only Yesterday. And I'm hoping that at least some of you will recognize these as Studio Ghibli anime. And what I've done with this data is I've included data I extracted using Python, which is the top 3 colors of every frame from each movie. And we have this animation which goes from the circle packing of the colors to a random arrangement. And so this is just for fun. If you're interested, you can, in this cell here, you can just change this to either Totoro or Only Yesterday, and you can see what it looks like with the other anime. But this is just for fun. And I also wanted to show you in the end of the notebook, we have further examples. This one takes just a second to load. But what I've done here is I've taken those visualizations to kind of just a little bit further. And this is something that you'll be able to do if you're able to work through the notebook that we're going to work on now. So what we have here is, it takes just a second. Yeah, so we just have this kind of visualization of colors, but this is hundreds of thousands of points. And again, this is using Canvas. And here we've arranged them by the color hue and also by the order in which they appear in the movie. So you can see this in this kind of sequence. So these examples are just for you to have a look at if you're interested. And one more example, which I've done, again, as an observable notebook, is this circle packing GSAP animation where one circle packing is split into 2. And that's quite useful if you're doing maybe a data visualization where you want to go from the whole to 2 or 3 or any number of different categories. And the last thing I want to show you before we go into some code is this example. which is in Three.js, which is a library built on top of WebGL, which is very good for basically doing 3D. So here we just have this simple 3D cube made of particles. But the cool thing is that here, for example, I have 500,000 particles, and GSAP will have no problem animating these. And also the other cool thing is that the way that I did this is using the pretty much exact same technique that I'm going to show you now. So that's the examples. And now let us actually try to figure out what is going on here. Okay, so just go to the very top of this notebook and let's have a look at this. So what do we have here? What we have is, let's have a look. So what we have is we're animating some circles from kind of one set of positions and radii and colors to another. And if you've worked with Canvas before, then you know that unlike SVG, Canvas doesn't give you access to each individual thing that's drawn on the screen. So it's not the case that you can actually query select them, just like Max did earlier with SVG. So you can't actually access each individual circle because Canvas is just drawing them basically as pixels on the screen. So you might be wondering, so how are we going to go about using GSAP in this way? Because with GSAP, we are animating some kind of DOM elements, right? And their properties and attributes. And the cool thing is that with GSAP, actually, it can animate all sorts of things, and not just DOM elements. It can animate arrays of data. And this is the approach that we're going to take here. So let's just have a look at the basic kind of skeleton of this code. First thing that we have, I don't actually need this line. First thing that we have here, what we're doing is we're just creating a canvas of width this and height this. And at the very end of this cell right here, we need to do yield CTX canvas. This is just for observable to be able to draw the canvas. This is observable specific. And this is creating our canvas. And then I'm also getting two palettes, color palettes. One of them is here and the other one is here. And they're just using some util libraries that I've imported at the bottom of the notebook. But all this is doing is it's kind of selecting an array of 5 colors, which create a pleasing looking palette, just so that we have some nice colors to look at. And then I'm creating my data. Now, this is the first crucial part. And let's have a look at what the data looks like. We have a data start array and a data end array. And I can console log data start just to show you what this looks like. So don't worry too much about how they're created if this code doesn't look familiar, but all that's happening here is I'm mapping 200, so 200 points, and I'm creating for each of the 200 elements, I'm creating one object which has an ID and then it has an X and Y, a radius and a fill. And these are all random properties. And let's just inspect the console and you should be able to see what the final data looks like. So if you have a look right here in data start, you see we have this array of 200 elements and each of them has a random X, random Y, radius, and fill. And what we're going to do with these is we're going to use this data in order to draw the circles on screen using Canvas. Okay, so before we even get to what we're doing with GSAP, let's have a look at how we're going to go about drawing the data. What we're going to do is we just define a draw function. It doesn't have to be a function, but actually this will make our lives easier when we're using GSAP later on. And if you're not familiar with how we draw things on Canvas, I'm just going to quickly explain this part. So what we're doing here is we're taking in the data, which is going to be either data start or data end, and we're looping through it. And then for each element, we're going to draw a circle. And the way that we draw a circle with Canvas is with this arc function. And this is just going to tell it to draw a circle positioned at X and Y with a radius of R and with a circumference going between 0 and 2 math pi, which basically means it's going to be a full circle. And then the fill style is going to be the fill. So all of this is doing is it's telling Canvas to draw one circle for each of the elements in this data array. And if we just ignore the animation part for a second, so maybe let me just comment out everything. And if we just call the draw data start function, then you're going to see this. Okay, so these no longer work. But if we call the data, the draw function on the data start, we're just going to get these random circles drawn with canvas. And the other important thing is these two lines, what they do is they just give us a black background, which extends the whole extent of the canvas. So the whole width and the whole height of the canvas. Okay, I hope this makes some sense. But to get into the interesting bit, which is the animation and how we're going to go about doing this. And I'm going to delete actually all of this, just so we can type it up together. Okay, so the animation is going to be a simple GSAP 2 animation. So just like what Max showed us earlier, but this time we're not going to use a query selector to select some DOM elements. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to animate this data start array. And GSAP allows us to do that. And what we're going to do is we're going to animate all of the properties in this array. So for each individual element. And what are these? These are the X and Y, they are in the fill. So let me just show you with X. And here we can have a function. So GSAP allows for that. And also GSAP gives us access to index. And index is just going to be the index of each element in this data start array. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the X value for each element in data start, and we're going to take it to the corresponding value in data end. And this is how we do this. So to say this once more, so we're going to take each element in data start, and we're going to take its X value, and we're going to take that X value to the corresponding X value in the data end array based on the index. And we're going to do the same thing for, let me just copy paste this a couple of times. We're going to do the same thing for the Y value, and we're going to do the same thing for the fill, and we're going to do the same thing for the radius. And finally, just like before, we have access to duration, which is just the duration of the animation. I'm going to say 3 seconds, and we have access to ease. We didn't talk too much about this, but ease is just essentially the way that the animation happens. And you can see right here, I've used an observable input in order to give you some options for what the ease is. So this is where this is coming from. We're starting with an ease of bounce, but you can try the other ones as well. Okay, so we have this. This is great, but if I just run this, so nothing is going to happen. And the reason why nothing is happening is because we are telling GSAP to animate data start to data end. So what GSAP is doing is it is doing its job. So it's taking all the elements from data start, and gradually over the duration of 3 seconds, it's moving them gradually towards their values in data end. But just because this is happening doesn't mean that we're seeing anything different on screen, right? And this is really the crux of what we're talking about here. What we need to do is we need to call this callback function called onUpdate. And what this callback function does is it allows you to tell GSAP what you want it to do every time there is a tick. So every tick of the animation. So the animation runs, I think, 60 frames per second. So every tick of the animation, we wanted to tell it to do something. So just to illustrate, let's just console.log stuff. Okay, this is very creative. But if I just do this and I inspect the console and I play the animation, then have a look here. So stuff is going to run 360 times. Okay. But we don't want to run stop. We want to actually do something. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to call the draw function. So this is why we put it in a function to make it more convenient for us. So we're going to call the draw function, and we're going to call the draw function with data start. You might be wondering why we're calling it with data start. Isn't that just going to draw the same thing over and over again, and we're not going to see any difference? And that's not actually the case. And this is where it kind of really helps to understand what GSAP is doing under the hood. And what GSAP is doing in this logic here is it's taking data start to data end, and it's modifying the data start array in place. So every time we call this draw function with data start, we're calling it with the updated values of data start. And so the final effect that we achieve is this. So we're going to have this animation because the values from data start are gradually moving towards those of data end. And this is really it. So I'll just show you one more thing just to see. So if I comment out this fill rect that we no longer have this black background. You're going to actually see the paths that these circles take, right? So if I play it again, it's just going to keep drawing on top because that's what's happening. So at each tick, it's just drawing the new circles again and again and again. And if we want to create this illusion that, movement and animation is happening, then we need to keep putting this background kind of in front of our visualization at every step. So that's why we need this step. So this is really, just to recap, this is how you'd go about animating when you don't have access to DOM elements. So you animate the arrays which contain the information about the data that you want to draw on screen. And you use this on update function to tell GSAP what to do on each tick, which is essentially redraw the graph again and again and again. And we won't have time to go into any of the other examples, but if this one made sense to you, please feel free to use this blank notebook to experiment with the other ones. Try changing some values, try running these palettes to get different palettes just for fun. Try loading in the other anime values that we have in the notebook. And just one last thing I'll say is for these ones with the circle packing, the principle is going to be exactly the same. It's just that you see here when we create our data end array and our data start array, one of them is going to be random values and the other one is going to be a D3 pack sibling. So it's exactly the same principle. The only thing that's changing is the initial kind of layout computation that we do. So that's what you need to do. You need to predefine where elements need to be on the screen before you draw them on the screen and before you use GSAP. So this is kind of all I have time for, but now we have a little bit of time for Q&A, and it would be nice if Max is also on stage too now, and you can ask either of us questions. And yeah, feel free to also talk to us afterwards. Thank you.
Kind of been answering questions on the fly as you've been.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the chat at all. So.
There's a lag there anyway, so it's probably okay. I was kind of answering questions on the fly as you were giving your presentation, but people were asking a little bit about Canvas and SVG, hidden canvas. What else has been going on?
Trying to catch up. Oh, there's a really good explanation of the difference between SVG and Canvas. Okay. Yeah, Michael Cooper, thank you for answering instead of me.
Do you prefer working with Canvas over SVG, or is it mostly just a use case because you can animate a lot more points?
I think it's more of a use case, to be honest. I think also I do love working with Canvas for more maybe generative art applications because it's much more flexible in that way. But in general, I think I use Canvas when I just can't use SVG anymore because it's going to crash my browser. How about you? Do you have any preference?
Yeah, I actually haven't used Canvas that much because I haven't ever needed to animate more than like 2,000. Although there's a project that I'm working on that has, I think, like 10,000 SVGs, and that has crashed like Svelte Kit a bit.
Yeah, I can
like
imagine.
wouldn't render on the page. But the thing that I don't like about Canvas is just like the quality isn't as crisp, or at least when I was trying to use it.
Yeah.
But I'm going to try again, especially since I was using GSAP, and the patterns that we've been talking about are actually like pretty similar in SVG versus Canvas, which makes it, or for me, it makes it easier to start.
Yeah, for sure. I think we just had some questions. Shall we? So I think the first one is, how do you decide on the type of animation you're using? I know there's different easings. Yeah, okay. I think when it comes to easings, it very much depends on sort of, if I'm doing data visualization, it's what type of data visualization is it? Because there's some eases which are quite playful, and that's not appropriate for a lot of applications. So I think I default to just the linear ease, but if I'm doing something more playful, then I experiment. Do you have any thoughts on that too?
No, I completely agree with
Right.
about using. Yeah.
Yeah.
And for, let's see. For zooming and transitioning on Canvas, that is interesting. I mean, I know with GSAP, there's ways that you can make zooms and transitions.
Sorry, I think I'm kind of looking at like a different point in the chat. I see one which is, are you familiar with D3 animations? I know we talked about this when we were preparing.
I
Sorry,
tried to talk about that a bit, but I mean, one, it's kind of, it depends on how many animations you want to make. I feel like if you're just doing a few transitions with D3, like transitioning between like new data coming in and out, then it's easy to just use D3 transitions. But if you're already using GSAP animations or trying to make a timeline, which is kind of tacking on a lot of animations, I would use GSAP. Yeah, especially if you're using like React or Svelte, maybe, and are already using GSAP. But I think it just comes down to like also what you're comfortable with and how intricate you want your animations to be. Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I think it's either the case that it's a timeline or you want to coordinate different parts of the visualization animating and not just one thing. And the other use case is obviously with Canvas, where D3 doesn't really do anything for you in that case. We had, I think the next one I saw was, sorry, 1 second. GSAP supports Spring physics-based animations. So I don't think, I'm not entirely sure. I don't think so. I think there is a plugin. So there's a physics props plugin, but it's a subscription base. So you need to be part of the, what was it called? GSAP Club, right? But I think you can define your custom transitions if you're so inclined. But I think anything more involved, maybe not with just pure GSAP.
I think the eases are physics-based. At least I read that.
Yeah, I think it's just, Spring, the library Spring has a lot of kind of very involved and like eases.
I see a question about frameworks. It's, how do you experience the difference between coding in a notebook like Observable and coding with SvelteKit, for example? Again, I think it depends on what your purpose is for. I find Observable is great for prototyping, but I mean, if you want something with multiple pages, and if I wanted to do a lot of animations or scrolly telling, I know that you can do that in Observable, but I would probably just do it in SvelteKit because I'm more comfortable with it. And it's...
Yeah, no, same. I think I do a lot of prototyping in Observable, and especially I find inputs extremely helpful. So if you're not familiar, if you look up observable inputs in the search bar, these are super helpful. Because then you have these dynamic values you can input and they change your code on the fly, which is really nice. But when it gets more involved, or when it's, as Max was saying, like a scrolly telling or something like this, then I'd go to a framework. I think we're probably running out of time, but shall we have a look at any last questions?
Yeah, feel free to pick one out.
Do we answer the majority of them? I might have missed, I'm really sorry if we missed something, but please feel free to ask afterwards as well. So I don't know, Max, if you put your details. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, there is one more, which is, have you come across any GSAP workbenches where you can load the elements to be animated and then graphically select the animations you want to apply, analogous to Adobe Animate. So I'm guessing that's more like reusable, creating reusable animations. At least that's what I'm getting from this question. I've never done that, but you can. GSAP has like another plugin that's called Register Effects. And so I believe with Register Effects, you can create reusable animations. Have you used that, Dia?
No, actually, that's cool. I'll give that a go.
Great.
Awesome. Well, I think we're on time, so should let the next speaker. But thank you so much, everyone, for listening, and do feel free to reach out afterwards as well.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Max. Thanks, Dia. Thanks for co-presenting. Thanks you all for the questions in the chat, to our amazing speakers. Thanks for joining us, staying with us early this morning, this afternoon, this evening, depending on where you are in the world. It's happening. But as we continue, if you ever wanted to learn about navigating a career in data science, or want to get started with a career in data science, or was interested in data science, the next session is for you. We have Gabriela, who is a principal cloud advocate at Microsoft, who's going to be joining us and talking about the whole world of data science career. The demand is high. There are plenty of job opportunities, and we're excited to have Gabriela and hear what she's going to share. So Gabriela, thank you for being here, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, everybody. Very nice to be here at this conference today. I hope you can see my screen and everything, but if there's any trouble, any problem during the presentation, do let me know. So let me go through my slides. So my name is Gabriela de Queiroz. I work at Microsoft as a principal cloud advocate and working on the education team, doing a lot of work with students. But today I'll be talking about navigating the data science career confusion. And I'm sure a lot of people will find this useful, at least to see yourself in this confusion. And I love this drawing that kind of like reflects how we feel about this career. But first of all, I want to talk about, I'm curious to know if someone in the audience is looking for a data science job, or if you recently looked for a job, or even if you were not looking for a job, if you're not in the market, if you now and then, like me, like to look at what companies are asking for, so you can keep up with what people are asking. So I'm just curious if someone would like to share in the chat, if they are looking, if they looked previously, if they don't look at all. And you are going to understand why I'm having you to share with me about your looking for a job, right? So I'm sure a lot of people, building more skills. Yeah, I'm making the transition. There is a lot of people making transition. There are people that are moving through the data science career. Some people are saying it's very demanding, which I totally agree. Soon, so okay, great. So this talk is for you, pretty much. All the job descriptions are different, right? Yes, that's correct. And so if you look at one of the major websites for job, you are going to see that data science is still hot and in demand, right? So just looking at this website, if you just US, I'm not thinking about the world, but I'm thinking about US because that's where I'm based. You see that there are over 3,000 open positions. So that's a lot of job, right? So it's probably like everybody that's looking, there is more job than people looking or aiming for this career, right? But then, as I was saying, you look at the job description, you look at the responsibilities, you look for the qualifications, you look at the skills required, and you are like, oh my God, what is going on? First of all, it's like a dissertation, right? Because it's so lengthy and there is a lot of that you have to go through for each company for each role. So that's a lot. So after reading all these job descriptions, all these responsibilities, all these qualifications, all the skills required, what you need to know, what you must know, what is it's a good to have, you feel like this, right? You feel like, I'm so overwhelmed, I'm lost. You lose your confidence. You feel like you are paralyzed. You cannot move. You are completely lost. That's where you are right now. But I can tell you, you are not alone. This is like a common feeling that we all have, no matter if you are a senior data scientist, if you are a junior, if you are transitioning to this career, if you are looking for a job, if you're not looking for a job, no matter where you are, who you are, you feel like this. So, and I was very curious about this because that's how I always felt, no matter where I was, if I was starting, if I was transitioning, if I was looking for a new job, like no matter which place, I'm always feeling this way. And then I asked myself, I'm curious, is this just like a feeling that I have and it's just me? Or this is a feeling across the population? So I decided last week, I was preparing for this talk and I'm like, I'm sure there are other people that feel this way. I'm not alone. So I decided to go to LinkedIn and Twitter and ask the audience. And my question was, do you think data science career is confusing? Do you think it's hard to navigate the different job titles, roles, tools, etc.? And even though the sample size is pretty small, but it gives me an idea, at least in my community, like the people that I interact a lot, I see that I'm not alone. I see that more than 70% of the people that responded, that took the time to respond to this poll, they said, yes, I also think it's confusing. So again, we are now alone. We see, it was a surprise or not a surprise, that a lot of people feel the same way that we do. So let me go and do a step back and talk a little bit about the data science career. So let's set the stage about the data science, right? Because data science it means a lot of things. It's such a broad field. It's such a broad career. As we were mentioning, there are a lot of like different roles, responsibilities, and descriptions and qualifications and so on. So I'm going to start by sharing one of the first definitions, and I'm not sure if everybody have seen this, probably yes, but one of the first definitions of like what a data scientist is. And the first definition was around Josh Wills in 2012. He defined the data scientist as a person who is better at the statistics than any software engineer and better at software engineering than any statistician. So there was a lot of like joke still. There is still a lot of joke around this, but that was the first kind of like definition what a data scientist was. And then this definition kind of like changed along the years. So then everybody, started talking about AI. And I love this other tweet when they say, if you are fundraising, you say it's AI. If you are hiring, you say it's ML, it's machine learning. If you are implementing, it's linear regression. And if you are debugging, you are using the print statement. I love this one as well because data science then became AI developer or something else, or machine learning engineer. So we'll talk about the roles and titles in a bit. There is another one. This one is from Eric. He shared a while back ago on LinkedIn 2 years ago, where when you join this field, you say, no, I need this machine because I'm going to do this very complicated machine learning algorithms, and I'm going to use computer vision, and I really need a very fast machine with a GPU, right? So the first year you're like, okay, I need this machine. I'm going to assemble this machine so I can do all these incredible models. And then in your second year working the data space, it's like, okay, yeah, well, I only use, the language that I use the most is SQL or SQL. And then like, After a few years, you're okay. What I need right now, actually, it's a good metric. And then after a few years, you're like, okay, all this data, it's so hard to make sense of this data. What I need is a good data. So it's very interesting to see how we all change the perception and the needs as we go. But one of the things that he says is, even though there are a lot of changes in the field of data science, the fundamental needs haven't changed all that much. Yes, Greg, the thing I need most is a good therapist. Yes, we need that as well. So what is a data science? What I think, and that's one of my favorite charts, where they say, what my boss think data science is. So my boss think is like this money printer that I'm going to do something. They don't know much about data science. They hire the data scientist, and they think you are just like going to bring money to the company, right? You have this money printer and we are printing money. The customers, they think data science is magic. That what we do, it's something that they cannot understand. It's very complicated. It's magic. And you're just going to get an answer. And great, that's all I need. And another joke, what soft engineers think the data science is, they think that we have this box, that there is a lot of like things going there in this box, which is important for the future. So we are doing some predictions. And it's a combination of like maybe math, statistics, machine learning, or like, just give me this answer. That's what I need, right? And what I think data science is, so I think data science is like a combination, right? So, and also like you can work in different places. You can be working on the infrastructure. You can be doing more like classical statistical models. You can become more like a softer kind of like soft engineer, working on the data engineering side, or you could be working with different data sources and so on. So it's a combination. It's either a combination of like different roles or skills, or different people with different skills that it's going to combine as a team. But again, in my opinion, I think no matter skills we have, no matter what they are asking for, I think the most important piece are two, that we are very adaptable and we are flexible. So we are adaptable and flexible because we have this broad knowledge that depending on the situation, we are going to be able to adapt to a new domain, and flexible in the sense of like also like flexible with dealing with different problems, with different techniques, for example. So let's dive into the roles and job titles. One thing interesting that I've seen for the past few years is it depends, the roles and the job titles, it all depends on the company. Each company has their own job titles, their own job responsibilities, their own set of tools. So depending on the company that you're working for, you're probably going to be having a different title than your peer in a different company, maybe doing the same thing as you. So that's why it's very confusing, because there is no standard in a way. And it's like how they think this is the best definition for this role. And then it's like this mess, right? So hello, my name is a data scientist, I'm a data analyst, I'm a data engineer, I'm a data storyteller, I'm a data, there is two data engineer. I'm a machine learning engineer, machine learning scientist, business analyst. There are so many. And here I have 20. It's just to give an example how crazy the naming, and naming, we know as a data scientist, we know that naming is such a hard thing to do. And naming a role, it's also very difficult. So there are all these different roles that you can take, all these different job titles that you can take, depending on the company, depending on what you are doing. And how do you navigate, especially if you are looking for a job, like should I search for data scientists? Should I search for people analysts? Should I search for data visualization? Should I search for, I don't know, developer advocate? What should I look for? or SQL writer or data visualization scientist. Some people in the audience is saying that they are a knowledge engineer. That's a good one. I've never seen that one. I need to add to my list over here. So there are so many. It's like incredible, so many. And then when I look back to my career, I had different job titles. Like I was a data scientist, I was a lead data scientist, I was a head of data science, I was a senior data scientist, a developer advocate, a senior engineer and data science manager, a program director, a chief data scientist, and so on. So many, right? And then when we talk about responsibilities, it's like this infinite list of responsibilities that you can take. And again, I think throughout your career, you're going to accumulate different responsibilities. So you can be working on the documentation and having a data scientist role, or you can be working on education, or well, more classic, like running models. You can be doing like metrics, creating dashboards, or creating packages, or even being an advisor to other teams on what to do with a data science product. So many things that you can take. And then we move to the tools. These are some of the tools that I encountered in my career. So if you ask me, do you know how this, like, do you know all these tools? And I'm like, well, I knew back then when I was working for a certain company where they use this tool. I don't know anymore because I don't use it, but maybe I can refresh my memory. So it's so hard for you to know everything. And what I always share with people is like, you don't need to know everything, but stick with languages or things that you like, because once you get a job, you can migrate to these other languages, tools, IDs, or whatever the company is using. So there is a lot. The bottom line or the summary here, there is a lot that they say that you need to know to become a data scientist. So we are overloaded with all these buzzwords, right? You need to know statistics, data analysis, how to query data, how to clean the data, how to create statistical models, how to create machine learning models, how to deploy models in productions. You need to be an expert in Python, R, SQL, Spark. You need to know all the new advances in deep learning. And that's a lot, especially if you are starting, even if you are not starting, even if you are senior data scientist, this is a lot, right? There is no way that you can know all of this. There is no unicorn, or still, the companies are still looking for a unicorn. And I always joke that if they are looking for a unicorn and the unicorn exists, the unicorn is not going to be working for you, right? But then how can you navigate? How do you navigate this sea of titles, roles, responsibilities, tools, skills, requirements? How can you navigate? So first of all, the main important piece that I need to share, and I'm sorry to disappoint you, is that unicorns, they don't exist. And again, if they did, they would be doing something else, not working probably as a data science, they would be doing something else. So let's talk about the important skills for a data scientist. And I feel like there are like a core of like important skills, and you can build from that core. So what I think it's like very good and foundational for you to have a data science career, a successful data science career. So first of all, I know that this is not a lot of people agree, but it's statistics. In my opinion, statistics is the base for everything. Even machine learning, there is a lot of like statistics behind. So statistics, in my opinion, it's a lot that it's one of the things that you need to know. The other thing is machine learning. Machine learning is also good to know. There is a lot of like things that are similar to statistics in a way, but the terminology is different. And when I was a statistician, one of the things that I thought was the hardest was to translate my learning from statistics to machine learning. And then I realized that a lot of things that you see in machine learning are the same in statistics, but they have a different terminology. So it's kind of like having a dictionary, how to translate statistical terms to the machine learning world and then to the AI world, right? There is a lot of like similar words that they mean similar things or sometimes the opposite. And then the other piece is programming. Even though I also agree that you can work with data, you can be a data scientist without knowing how to program. I think it's important because it gives you the flexibility on doing different things when the software that you have, it's like limited. So you can expand when you know how to program. And it doesn't need to be anything like very fancy, like as a software engineer, I would say. But stick with at least one language, get to know one language. It can be SQL. SQL, I would say it's the foundation, and then R or Python. I like R because that was the first language that I encountered, but I know that a lot of people like Python. So just choose one and stick with it. Also, like it's important to focus on the things that I use the most. If you are going for industry, try to see what they are using the most. They are going to ask for a lot of like AI related knowledge, but the bottom line or the things that they use the most, what we see, it's all around data preparation, data cleaning. And even though like deploying model training, it's like very glamorous, it's very fancy. We all would like to be doing that, even though I do love data preparation and cleaning and reporting. That's where the chunk of the chunk of work is. So focus on that. Make sure that you know how to clean the data, how to prepare the data, how to report the data, how to present. So that's the main thing that people are always doing as a data scientist. And this is a report from 2022. Every year Anaconda does this survey. And they see that 38% of their time, of the data scientist time, they spent on data prep and data cleaning, which is more than the time they spend on model training, model selection, or deploying models all combined, right? And the other things that I think we talk a lot about technical skills, but we don't talk much or as much what I call the essential skills, which I think you can be like a very good technical person, but if you don't have this other side, it's going to be very hard for you to go to the next level in your career. Things like communication. So how do you communicate the things that you are finding to the general audience? How do you communicate to your boss, to the stakeholders, to the other people in the company, outside the company? So communication is a very good skill for you to develop. And one of the ways that you can improve your communication skills is to go and give talks at meetups, conferences, or even in your small group, your team. It's something that you can practice. The more you do, the better you become. The other piece is around curiosity. I love when I see data scientists asking why. Instead of you, oh, I'm just doing this because my boss asked to, why are you doing this? Why are you doing the things that you are doing? Keep asking why I'm getting these results. The other piece is around flexibility, which I mentioned before, is the flexibility of you move around domains, of you moving around the techniques, adapting to different environments and different type of problems that you are dealing with. The other piece is like, again, it goes with curiosity in a way. It's the critical thinking. Think critically when you are doing analysis, when you are working with data. And talking about data, the other piece that is very important, and I'm happy to see that we are more and more talking about this, and even including more on the data science curriculum, is around ethics. Very important for us to know that the things that we are doing, the data that we are collecting, the models that we are generating, that it's free bias, or at least that we are trying to mitigate bias. And then the last piece, which I also think we don't talk much because we always want to be in this box or in this model, is like be yourself, right? Because the things that you bring to the table, it's very unique to you, and no one else has the things that you have. So being yourself, having your own ideas, there is nothing more important than this. Your background, your thinking, your ideas, your experience is very different from your peer, and that's what matters when we are creating this data science team. So in summary here, so the other thing that we need to keep in mind is data science is teamwork. There are some companies where they only have one data scientist, which is very hard place for a data science to be in. It's very hard to be a company with one data scientist, to be the only data scientist in a company. So data science is teamwork. We need individuals with different skill sets, different backgrounds, different views, different ideas, where we all support each other in this data science process. So we need not only all of the things that I was saying, but also like usually you have like other teams helping you, so you collaborate with other teams as well. So data science requires a team of players in different positions. And even if you go back and say, hey, Gabriela, but you were saying, you know, there is all these things that the companies are asking for. Yes, and they know once they hire, they should know before that they don't need one person with those set of skills. And because data science is such a broad field, it's so hard to nail down exactly what they are looking for, because most of the time they don't know. I would say probably like bigger companies that have been doing this for a while, they know a little bit better, but even then you can see that there is a lot of like mismatch what they are looking for and what they exactly want for a data scientist. So that's all I had to share with you. I want to thank you again for coming to the talk. If you want to know more about data science, or if you are looking for other resources, there is this link that I'm sharing here. So aka.ms/learn-student. There is a lot of like free resources over there. If you have any questions, I would love to take some questions from you. Yeah, there is a lot of like different comments over here that designers should be there somewhere. I totally agree with you. The last team that I led, even we were a data science team, and we had designers, front-end developers, back-end developers, working all together with the data scientists. Someone said they had I once had data Imagineer title on LinkedIn. These bullet points are savage for sure. Yeah. Data science is a skills collector job, totally. Let's see. Oh, Tara's said about Rust. People talk a lot about Rust as like a new language that is coming into the data science world. I don't have any experience with data science and Rust, but I've seen some people doing it. Any fans of Julia? Julia, it's another growing language. There is a lot of investment on the Julia language happening. Art person, raise your hands. Yes, a lot of art person over here. Michal is saying, since when did it go down from 90% to 38%? I think they are mentioning about the slide that I shared. And that was one survey that they ran. I don't know which 90% is you were talking that it's coming from, but there is always this well-known phrase that they say data science spend 80% of the time on data cleaning and doing all the data preparation, and only 20% on the modeling piece, which I think is still true. someone is saying the main problem right now in this field is that the companies that are looking at advertising, yeah, exactly. They don't know what they are looking for. So they try everything and see if they can find someone with all the skills, which I said that's not true. In academics around, Gabriela, wondering what you think comparing jobs and expectations between companies and research. Let me go and share a little bit about this. Before moving to the industry, I was in academia for several years. And for me, the most challenging piece when I moved to the industry was the timing, because everything in the industry is, we need this right now. You need to deliver this by tomorrow. I need this analysis by Friday. You need to show me this today, right? It's like the time frame is very short, where in academia you have months to do your research. There is not a lot, in a way, a lot of pressure to deliver tomorrow. So I think the timing for me was the first big challenge. The second one was it didn't need to be perfect. It needed to be good enough or better than it was. If my model was better 0.001%, that was good. Great, ship it, deploy it. Let's go to the next one, right? So the pace is faster. So then I learned it doesn't need to be perfect. It needs to be good enough or better than it was. So that was my main thing about academia and industry. What else? Let's see. It's hard to beat. It's hard to beat the Python library ecosystem. Okay, I'm picking on that because there is a lot of discussion still around Python and R, and I feel like it depends on the company that you are working for. It depends on the problems that you are tackling as a data scientist. It depends on your familiarity. I've never had a problem with R. There are some issues in the way that I needed to do something where Python was better suited for this type of job that I was doing. But in very rare cases, that happened. Or I had to use Python because my whole team was using Python. So I had to adapt and work with them in Python. But I hate this speech of like, this is better than the other one. I think it depends on what you are working, what are the problems that you are tackling. Observable, yes, a great new tool for data visualization, such good flexibility. Is there any statistician in your team? Just myself. Actually, no, in my new team, in my neighbor team, there is another statistician working with us. Done is better than perfect. Perfect, yes. Any other question? If you don't have any other question right now, feel free to reach out on Twitter or email. I would be happy to talk more. I hope this presentation was helpful in a way, at least so you feel like I'm not alone in this world when looking for a job. I have been writing a lot of job descriptions, and even when I write myself, it's so hard to write a good job description. So instead of doing we require this, I try to be more broad. And then the other thing that I love seeing is personal projects like GitHub or anything that you can share about yourself. All right, I think that's it. Thank you everybody for coming again. I hope to see you all around.
Thank you, Gabriela. Thank you all for the questions. And I'm not going to even say that we hope you found that session useful, because we know you found that session useful with all the questions and the comments in the chat. So we appreciate it. And if you're looking for a career in data science, I hope that we know this session provided some insight. And also, Observer is hiring. Feel free to check out our job page. And we know that the tips and the information Gabriela provided was useful. So check out our jobs page. But for right now, we're going to take a break. Depending where you are in the world, this was a tip from Hannah. I'm a copy from Hannah, who's on the community team. Depending where you are in the world, grab some coffee, tea, stretch, walk around, stretch your arms. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we're going to come back at 11:15 to the stage with an amazing panel of Document Observable with our CEO and co-founder Melanie, Anaya, and some amazing speakers from Stitch Fits, Below, and Oak Ridge National Laboratory. So back in 5 minutes. Amazing, amazing. I hope you all got a break. You all stretch, got some tea, coffee, whatever you want to drink during this time. And really excited about our next session. If you're wondering how companies are using Observable at work, this is a session for you. This is a session we know you want to hear from and see. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Melody Meckfessel, CEO, co-founder of Observable, Ananya Roy, user success at Observable, Robert from Stitch Fix, Paulino, sorry, apologies, from Billow, and Chad. Welcome to the stage. Excited to have you. The stage is yours.
Welcome, everyone. It's so good to see you. I think Chad's just coming online. So in the kickoff today, I talked about our ability to hear some customer stories. A lot of these stories we don't talk about them. We have customer stories documented, but these are in the weeds about how organizations are using Observable for work, from data visualizations, exploration of data, dashboard creation, to decision-making. And I really appreciate and want to say thank you to everyone here. Our customers of Observable have been committed to working with us to make this platform better. We couldn't do it without you. We appreciate your patience, your commitment to us, feature suggestions, early testing feedback, and so much more. I want to start by introducing Robert and then pass it over to Ananya. Robert, I think we met, it must have been back in 2019.
Yeah.
Robert is a data visualization engineer at Stitch Fix, which is an online personal styling service. If you haven't seen it, you should check it out. But they use expert stylists and advanced algorithms to recommend clothing items for folks. Stitch Fix was one of our earliest customers. And over the years, Robert, you have helped us integrate Observable into all those workflows at Stitch Fix, enabling ad hoc analysis, exploration of data coming in from a whole host of internal API sources. And you also, Robert, you help introduce Observable and advocate for Observable within Stitch Fix. So we just want to say welcome and thank you.
Very welcome. It's been a lot of fun.
Great.
Thanks, Robert. We also have Paulino here. He's the founder and managing director of Bello Investment Research, where they analyze data from many different sources, including some non-traditional ones, and they make sense of how to apply that to financial markets so they can give their clients an edge. Paulino and his team have an interesting perspective because in our conversations, we've learned that they've tested a large number of tools for research and production to figure out what works best for their workflow. So we're hoping to learn a lot from you and your experiences. Thank you so much for being here, Paulino.
Very happy to be here.
I think maybe Chad is having trouble getting on the call. So I wonder if I should wait to introduce him. Oh, there he is. Well, let me introduce you all to Chad. He first approached us while he was the senior director of data analytics at Lirio, which is an AI platform that combines behavioral science with AI to help people improve their health. He was at the time looking for a tool to improve data workflows in his team. Chad's perspective is unique, we think, because he's very recently experienced what the early stages of onboarding and building workflows in Observable looks like. And he has very recently also moved to Oak Ridge National Labs, where he's the distinguished research staff and augmented analyst intelligence group leader. Thank you so much for joining us, Chad. We hope your video gets sorted out soon and we can have you join our discussion. We're so lucky to have you all here. You all have been on journeys with your teams to build workflows on Observable, and we hope this discussion will be an opportunity for us all to learn about some strategies and the impact you've seen it have on your team. We welcome questions from the audience. Please type them in the chat and we'll get to them during our discussion. So with that in mind, let's go back to the beginning and maybe you can tell us why you wanted to introduce Observable to your teams.
So in my particular case, I had already discovered the tool on my own, and was definitely sort of in the early addiction phase there. And so, I found it incredibly valuable personally. So it made, to me, a lot of sense to make it available in a very kind of low threshold sort of way for our data scientists, because they want to make stuff and they want to have impact. I was, and when they work in Python and when they work in Jupyter, it's a lot like the barriers to exposing what they do are higher. And with Observable, it's just a lot smoother with the Python JavaScript trade-off.
I think our experience, I'm sorry, I'm just having a bit of echo. I don't know where it's coming from. But our experience about, sorry, let me just figure out my audio and I'll speak in a bit.
Sure, no problem. Chad, I wonder if you can hear us. Okay, it looks like maybe Chad is having trouble with his audio as well. Paulino, is the echo problem better now?
I think
okay.
It only happens when I was, okay, let me get rid of the earphones.
Hello. Anyways, here at Bello, we had problems. Okay. I'll just be speaking a bit slowly because I'm having trouble with the earphones. But what I'm saying is that at Bello, our problems are related to a lot of what Robert was saying, in that we just wanted to be able to answer our clients' problems faster. We work with investors, so there's always the time sensitivity of the market events that they're following. So it's just very important for us to be able to go from data acquisition to working applications that they can rely on and answer business questions very quickly. We tried all sorts of tools. We tried some analytics platforms, all sorts. And at the end of the day, everything would translate back to JavaScript. So there were just so many hurdles in the process, and we wanted to optimize time to market. So that's roughly the rationale.
Thanks, Paulino. And Chad, it's good to see you here. We introduced you a little bit earlier, and we were telling everybody here how your perspective is unique because you've just recently experienced with the early stages of onboarding and getting your workflows built on Observable can look like. So thanks for joining us. We're at, and the discussion is at the beginning. We're kind of wondering why you wanted to introduce Observable to your team.
I think for us, it was a lot of driven around a lot of the fact that like our data scientists were using a lot of Jupyter notebooks, a lot of Python. It was sort of hard to share that with like, especially with like executives and others without setting up Python or something on their system. And that worked well for people that were sort of trained in data science or software engineers, but it didn't work so well for people that were non-data scientists. So it also ended up, we had a lot of static charts and stuff like that would get put into PowerPoint, and you've got this sort of trail of when does that chart created. And so we just wanted to make things more dynamic. We also wanted to increase the sophistication I think of our visual analytics and visualization capabilities. And I feel like from the start, as soon as we kind of adopted it, we could benefit from the community and just the ability to, use something like Plot to look at a lot of different chart types quickly without investing in like a full web stack kind of development like we're sort of used to with like a D3, before or something like that. So yeah, I think that's what drove us a lot. And I was already kind of like Robert. I could hear you all earlier. I just couldn't talk. But kind of like Robert was saying, like I was already kind of in the D3 world as a researcher. And so I was already kind of bought into it. So I was, trying to advocate for it and essentially train some other people in this cool technology that we could take advantage of that kind of just checked a lot of boxes, from shareability to just like being able to dive deeper into our data.
Thanks for sharing that, Chad. And it's great to hear, Robert, your perspective and Paulino. That's a great segue into, we'd love to hear a little bit more about strategies that you all used to onboard and to share what's possible in Observable. We'd love to hear what worked well for you and maybe what didn't work well. It's a source of curiosity for us and continued investment to help with the onboarding to Observable so much as possible. So yeah, we just love to hear strategies that worked and maybe also hear ones that didn't work well.
So at Stitch Fix, what I wound up building was a bunch of notebooks that were both combined sort of documentation and tooling for the data scientists as a kind of a starting point. And really one of the things that I think was that worked really well was this ability to really combine together in a kind of like a good starting point document. And in this case, it's like, Observable Stitch Fix, the notebook, and I can link out to your guys' documentation. I can as your documentation got better and better, which has been really lovely. That was really great to be able to offload a bunch of the work there where you guys were just enriching that documentation. That was super handy. And then because it's notebooks, the examples were like, and here's an example, a working example of the thing. It just works. It loads some of our data, makes a chart. And those as starting points are just kind of rock stars. They're like, once they have, all of the hard parts, the traditional hard parts are already kind of solved, and they have their own copy of the notebook, so they're not worried about wrecking anything for anybody else. I think it just makes this very smooth onboarding process for folks.
I think on our side, one of the things that worked very well is that we're just able to quickly connect several different tools that we use and have the flexibility to deliver reports to our clients in different formats. So, for instance, we had this report that would always require someone who writes code to edit on and to fix for our data journalism team. But now we can have folks who are more on the analytical side rely on an Observable notebook to run some data validation that was easily translated from Python. So the ability to translate code out of a Jupyter notebook. We had folks getting started with data viz using Data Voyager, which is brilliant just because that's going to generate Vega-like specification that they can then use on Observable and also quickly apply our brand style to charts based on just importing from another notebook as well. So that transition to really the very basics of it and being able to build materials that carry our brand and our image. I think that's a great improvement to your process. And just because we're relying on things that are quite universal, such as Markdown, for instance, being able to export what's a dynamic report towards a PDF that maybe a client would rather have that on an email. We have one project that, in particular, there was a periodic report that was just very easy to translate and to add all those components. I guess in terms of the things that we actually had hurdles, I think within finance and data contracts, I think that's a thing of just having everything in the cloud. Sometimes vendors that have legacy contracts, I'd say that you really cannot have your data. I mean, there are limitations that are really making it difficult for us to rely on the cloud, but it's not just an Observable, it's an several different tools. And I think also back in the day when I got started on Observable, that's a while back, I remember that I needed to do, just because I think the ecosystem is evolving as well. I remember that I had 3-4 tables that I needed to combine, and it was just so difficult to do a join. But then there was Archero not long after, and then it was straightforward as well. So a lot of it is adapting to a new world of having everything in the web. There's also this one experience where we had a quick report on COVID that we needed to deliver to clients, and we're able to leverage GitHub data. But then we figured that GitHub was actually blocked on their intranet. So there's now we have ways around it, but I think just because everything is still so new, there's learning how to work in those constraints.
Yeah, and I think for us, I mean, a lot of similar things. I would echo what was just mentioned, but like for our case, we kind of like the POC mode, like the trial was very helpful. So I didn't have to like ask for money from the company or anything like that. It was sort of like a way to kind of try it out. And we were very strategic about how, you know, we kind of aligned what we wanted to do in that prior to it, so that once the trial mode hit, we could kind of maximize our time and, you know, kick the tires on it. And we kind of picked a few key use cases for our company. One in particular was just like something that everybody could kind of look at. So it was a pretty small, it was like a startup, small company, but it was something that like the executive team typically looked at. We took something like that was running in another system and tried to replicate it. And then we just started adding features to it. And, you know, a lot of those things would be things that, you know, we couldn't do in this prior platform. And so it just kind of made the case for itself. And by the end, it was sort of like, we can't do without this notebook now that we have in Observable. So it made it kind of easy to transition after that. I think that, you know, things that really helped us was like Cobus and Anaya kind of helping us along the way to navigate a lot of, you know, things like NDAs and all the kind of things that I'm like, what is this, you know, and just having to kind of like navigate some of that. I think the technical stuff they helped us with as well. But, you know, that was kind of on us to kind of run with and figure out. But they were there if we kind of hit hurdles. Like for us in particular, we had a, you know, cloud database that we needed to connect to. And it was sort of like, if we couldn't connect to this, it kind of would be a, you know, I'm not sure it's going to be that valuable. And so, you know, just a few meetings with them and working with some of the engineers, we were able to make that connection. And that just opened up everything. It was like, oh my gosh, now we can see things dynamically and we don't have to deal with all these ad hoc reports and things on our data science team. Now we can just give them the URL, make sure it's up to date, check it every now and then, make sure everything's working. But our marketing team and our executive team can just go to these things now. So, you know, I think that, you know, getting your ducks in a row where you can do that trial, make the case for it, and picking a few things, you know, that you can replicate, you know, and then add functionality to seemed to be a good recipe for us.
Thank you so much for sharing all your use cases and strategies. And Chad, I would definitely think that you were very astute in knowing exactly what you needed as a proof of concept during the trial period. So that worked out really well. I was wondering if any of you could share any onboarding stories that you have from your team members, maybe some who may not have had a JavaScript background when they got started on Observable.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting excitedly to hear the response.
So I think one of the things that I definitely experienced was a sense that it's mixed. So JavaScript really is not for everybody, and it's a quirky little language. So it really kind of depended on the individual, I found. So somebody who is, fluent in Python, it can be a pretty big hurdle to cut over to JavaScript. That said, when we got converts that were like, really converted. And I think that once they kind of got the value proposition of I can make it and I can show it off to people immediately, I can use this and have impact right now. Those who are willing to make that jump really jumped in good with both feet. And I kept on being a little surprised that I would, I show this off to people and I wouldn't hear very much. And then I'd get a question, on Slack. Oh, Robert, can you come? I'm having this weird problem with my notebook. And I come and look and it's like this huge notebook doing all these brilliant things. Like, oh, well, gosh, okay, I guess that's working out for you. So that kind of thing happened a bunch of times. But again, there are also other situations where data scientists would come in and that threshold was a bit much for them. We've had folks who are building effectively, maybe not the most brilliantly structured, web apps, but they're building basically full web apps, doing quite complex things. And they're really running on their own with it in ways that I'm continuously surprised by.
As on our side, one of the things, I guess, what works best is just to show people that you can actually build sophisticated pipelines very quickly by doing it. So there are some reports that we really had several steps in our ETLs to build them. And I think what tends to work is to just have a pair coding session and, let's build it together and then actually build it quickly. And that's, of course, not enough to have someone fully onboarded, but I guess sparking that spark of interest is one of the most important things, so they can learn more on their own. I do think that there's a bit of resistance just because JavaScript and data science is a bit new relative to other technologies, but we try to systematically make technology choices that translate well so that the team can kind of see some more familiarity when they switch over. So I had mentioned before Vegalite, but using Altair in Python as a primary tool for charts makes people just recognize the syntax, which makes it easier for them. I guess Archero and Pandas, it's just very similar as well. So trying to highlight the similarities rather than the differences is something that we try to leaflet and Folium. There's just so many of those. So we try to focus on it.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think along that same vein, like can you guys still hear me? Because I switched to my ear. Okay, just I'm scared now. Anything I change. So when we talked about doing this as a data science team, I made it very clear that we're not taking away Jupyter and Python, and there's still some great places and there's actually some places where we have to use it because of data sensitivities, and so we weren't taking away tools. We were just adding a new one, that was going to connect to these things, and we kind of all agreed, okay, when we present it or we share it, this is where we end up. So I think eventually, you know, we probably would have all moved to that route. But as far as stories, I think that the thing that I noticed was, you know, so we were enterprise user that we set up, and so, you know, we had like these 25 accounts, and we had like 5 or 6 people in our data science team that quickly took those up, our editor accounts. But then we start showing it to like the behavioral scientists and software engineers and people in the group, and then even like the CTO was like, hey, can I get an account? So it's like everybody was kind of wanting an account, and you know, and then there was like people were making collections and notebooks, and so we went from like a few trial use cases of, you know, a dozen or so notebooks to like 60 or you know 80, and so it was a good problem from my perspective, as you know, interested in this and seeing the value of it to help our organization. But it was also still a problem, you know, like how do we we need a policy, like when do you become an editor, and how do you control access and govern like particular pieces of code, and all the collections, how do you find what you already found, you know, that kind of issue. And so that was something we kind of hit on really quickly, and maybe we should have thought about it beforehand, but it came up very quickly that we had to kind of come up with a policy for that. But other than that, just like we had at Lirio, we had these innovation days where, like between our set of sprints, we would have a kind of like a pause to plan, but there would also be just the day to innovate. And so every time our data science team innovated or had a topic, we chose to do it in Observable, and it was just like another way to kind of, you know, show people what we innovated on, but also kind of teach them and show them that, you know, plot's not that hard. You know, it's just JSON. You're already probably doing some of that in one of your other tools. So.
Thanks, Chad. Yeah, thank you, Robert, for what you said about how you can extend the reach and impact of your work when you work on Observable, because things are so easy to share. Paulino, your point about using libraries that look familiar, that really resonates. And thanks for sharing your stories to Chad. And I just want to point out that these conversations, just like we learn from the rest of the community, we learn a lot from conversations with our customers, and that's how we learn how we can make our product better for teams that are using Observable at scale. So we're really thankful for your feedback on these things. I'm wondering if we can quickly take a question from the audience.
Oh, yeah.
I see one from Soma Maroju, who asks, how many of these applications that you're building are for internal use, and how many are deployed for client consumption? How complex is the pipeline?
I can take a stab on that one. In our case, what we're doing is early on we start delivering work to clients, and we did 1 or 2 that were just the notebooks, and then eventually we figured that it makes sense for Bello to build a platform on top of Observable, and what we're combining it, a set of different tools, but essentially have Amazon for authentication and Next.js, and we really just have a structure for permissioning different notebooks and also displaying them in dashboard kind of design, which is how we can make a reasonably smooth transition from what's a notebook for internal consumption versus what we have on a platform for our clients in an environment that they can see that it's our brand is kind of highlighted there as well. So so most of what we build is really ending up in a platform of our own.
Yeah, and at Stitch Fix, we don't really do anything in notebooks for external consumption outside the company. Our clients, quote unquote, are our business partners around the company who are making decisions. So the infrastructure that we've built is internal, and is structured in a way that satisfies the rigorous constraints of the good people at security. And that's worked out really well, frankly. We were able to kind of tie Observable in a very clean way into our existing systems for that. And that's worked very well. And that's a lot of the sort of unlocking of data scientists' ability to communicate with the business partners directly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so at Lirio, it was mostly the plan was to start with an internal platform. As I was saying, like the reporting, but we did have plans to like sort of make we wanted to be able to share, whether it's like, so most of Lirio is about healthcare. So we had a lot of plans to kind of show things around healthcare, cancer screening statistics and things like that, and how our platform helped with some of those things. But we also, I guess, a little bit unique. So we also had these web apps that we gave to clients that we developed. So we had a whole app squad developing those. And so we would use, and they're doing all JavaScript, Angular stuff. So, instead of like developing D3 charts and stuff inside of that whole framework, and, it's not something you can go very fast with, we would use Observable to kind of prototype our designs, get all the design, the interactions and everything right. And then it was just really easy to just like eject a function that would just return an SVG and give it to the app squad team. They would put Angular around that function, and we easily could kind of eject from Observable and then put something in our apps from that. So it ended up being a very nice way to kind of work with our app team. It was just natural because it was all JavaScript. And they were even like, oh, we could sort of use this to do some of our stuff too. So a lot of benefit from that. I think at Oak Ridge, we'll use it a lot for internal, that kind of same thing, the prototyping, but we're also very much about like writing papers and the research and the visualization world. So I can see it being very useful for like when we do write papers, this would be like the place to kind of put the prototype and things like that we would share.
Thanks, Chad. There's one other interesting question, I think, around onboarding. We can take that before we talk about impact. The question is from Greg. He asks, how much explicit classroom style training, if any, did you give people in JavaScript and or Observable when they were starting off?
So I did some kind of one-on-one with a fair number of people at Stitch Fix. And some folks, these are smart people, they can learn stuff, and they often just went and learned it on their own. They didn't need me. But because of some of the quirks of JavaScript, I wanted to be sure to provide the support where I could. But that's been mostly sort of ad hoc one-on-one. And then I feel like I ought to mention that you guys came in and did some amazing training at Stitch Fix. So, that happened too, and that was great. Thank you.
Because in our case, we did have, sorry.
Go ahead, Paulino.
Okay, I was just going to say that in our case, we do have those peer coding sessions, but also just pointing people to a lot of resources in the community is something that's been working out. We didn't say it before, but when we're in the early days of really building our own platform that relies extensively on Observable, there are a lot of technical questions that we had quick answers to difficult things that the community was there for us. But even more than that, there's just a lot of training materials. So we tend to point people to the right resources. We are now considering a more structured training towards the specific technology choices that we're pursuing at Bello. But for now, I'm mostly relying on what's being built by the community.
Okay.
Yeah, it was kind of similar with us. We did a lot of one-on-ones with our data scientists who weren't as comfortable with JavaScript, but I kind of quickly found they they jumped in and just started using it. So they used the material on the website. You guys have a lot of tutorials and things like that. You know, I think that the people in our team that were more grounded in like Python found the ones that were kind of honed in, like, you know, JavaScript for Python or for Jupyter. You know, those were quite helpful because it, you know, kind of targeted a specific kind of background.
Yeah, it's great to hear those resources are helpful. And we've definitely heard that beyond classroom training and resources, this kind of pair coding with a buddy who's and working together one-on-one can be really effective. So it's great to hear you echo that as well.
It's also great to hear how once folks got started, like they did incredible things that inspired you. And, you know, I think that creating that kind of like beautiful continuous loop, you know, that virtuous loop in organizations of interesting people doing things on their own and then sharing them back within their team that really inspires us. So I think we have time for one last question. We would love to hear what impact has transitioning your workflow to Observable had on your team? Outcomes, impact. We just love to get a perspective from you on that.
So I think I've sort of mentioned this notion of sort of unlocking data scientists to communicate, and I think that's a big one. So kind of like +1 to that. But there's another sort of dimension of things that are sort of tasks that have also been kind of offloaded into Observable. So we have platform engineers that sometimes effectively need a little UI to get their job done. And that kind of task, you know, there's no time to build a handcrafted React app for that. That's not going to happen. But if they can drop in and make a quick notebook with a few buttons and knobs, that's another place that sort of just opens up possibilities for impact in other places. And then there's one other thing which I built as a tool for API validation, which sounds very dreary, but it's become a relatively popular tool in that one of the common issues with data is that you and I need to agree on what that data is going to look like. And having a formalized test-driven system for doing that, and like, where's it going to run? I'm going to run on the command line, and it's going to run in the app. I don't know. By throwing in a notebook and just saying, you know, here's the API call, here's some JSON schema that it's going to validate against, for a bunch of calls. Very easy for us to put together and to validate data sets. Again, that tool I built a while back, and then we just and it's great to see that it's getting picked up. So there's a lot of these like little like engineering tasky things in addition to sort of just classic data science visualization where that also has impact as well.
I think I do second that on the I guess making it easier for our engineering teams to be more supportive of other folks within the company who are doing research, such as having quick apps that are going to do some sort of data validation and generate their reports with our brand style. That's quite a thing for us. But also even when we have very time-sensitive reporting needs, and we really have to have a bunch of researchers looking at events there as they unfold and find data, being able to collaborate live on a notebook, that makes the development easier, and it makes it easier for us to quickly enter and respond to those changes, which is especially within finance, that's quite important.
Yeah, and I think for us, it helped us a lot with you know, moving particularly our reporting function from what was more of like a reactive mode to more proactive. So there was less like ad hoc requests because we already had built this thing, and it was sort of like, okay, we're going to build it this time, then we'll just add to it. And so we And then that kind of fed into like another benefit, I think, is, when we went to revisit that, we could make it more sophisticated. And so I think it made us much more sophisticated on our visual analysis capabilities, because, we could switch between things and show something like a parallel coordinate plot or something that was a little different from like the thousands of bar charts that, were all over the place. So it just let us explore more things because we had more time, and we were, we could just kind of think better about the next time that thing came up. What could we do to add to this notebook? Because we had already laid that groundwork. So I think that was a big bonus for us.
Thanks so much for sharing that. It is very inspiring. You within your organizations, your teams are doing such different things, but there are these common threads of like empowering people in the organization, working together better, which, that's what we want to do. That's what we want to do. We want to help you more with that. So thank you again for your time today, for sharing your stories, for being amazing partners to us. Like, keep the suggestions coming. I want to say a big thank you to Ananya and Cobus. They're an incredible user support and success team. We love them. We appreciate them. And we're going to continue to invest in making teams and enterprise better with all of your support. So thank you so much. I think we're almost out of time, right?
Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you all very much. It was a pleasure to speak at this panel, and appreciate it.
Yeah, same here. Thank you.
Yeah, great fun to be here, and keep making notebooks.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that panel. Hope you enjoyed that session to hear how our customers are using Observable. And the stories was inspiring and helpful for us. Hope those stories and that conversation was helpful for you all too. And as we move along throughout the day, again, stretch, stand up, do what you need to do. But we're going to jump into our next session. And I'm excited about this conversation. It is building a creative career with data with Shirley Wu. And it's going to be a fireside chat between Shirley and I. And if you didn't know, Shirley is a award-winning, creative focus on data-driven arts and visualization human. And Shirley, welcome to the stage. Start taking muted. Can you unmute?
Yes. Hello.
Hello. Hey, how you doing, Shirley?
Hi. Oh, actually, I should make sure that my audio.
All good.
Is this better audio?
Yes, that's better audio.
Okay, cool.
Perfect.
I wasn't using this mic, so hello. Thank you so much for having me, Wayne. It's so good to be here. Thank you for like dragging me out of student mode. I'm like buried under the rock right now.
All good.
It's fun to be part of this.
Yeah. Well, you student mode. I want to dive into more of that one, learn more exactly what you mean student mode. I think I know, but it'd be good for the rest of the community here as well. But before we jump into that, can you share a little bit more about your background, some of the accomplishments, and what led you to build a career in data visualization? Just drop it on us all.
Oh gosh. Okay. Yeah. So I guess trying to figure out how far back to start. So I started my career in 2012 as a software engineer, and I just so happened to be at Splunk, which is a big data company. And I was on their front end team. So this was, and so as kind of like the new person on the team, my manager was like, hey, and he also knew that I did a lot of art growing up, and I was in like a graphic design club back in college. So he was like, hey, there's this new library called D3. JavaScript library called D3. Do you want to give it a try? And I was like, sure, that sounds fun. And I just so happened to kind of like really love it as this like amazing combination of like art and math and code, which are all three things that I like just love. And kind of, it never occurred to me that I could like make art through geometry until that moment. So that was just like, and then from there, I went to a startup where I kind of like hone in on my technical skills more. And then I think like maybe 2 or 3 years there, I realized that I really, really wanted to try and figure out, like I wanted to do my own thing, but I wasn't sure what my own thing was. So I decided to go independent. I did client work for about 6 years. And that included like working with clients on their own data sets and trying to tell stories with those data sets, always visually. I worked with them. That's when I kind of really honed in on the design side also. So take them through the whole process of creating a data visualization or visual stories for the web. And so and in the past year, we, my friend Nadi Bremer and I, a year and a half. Okay, last February,
Okay.
we co-authored a book called Data Sketches, and that was a wild ride. And after that, I realized how burnt out I was and how much I wanted to change. So for the past year, I've been in grad school. And specifically in an art and technology program that has like a pretty good focus on hardware and fabrication and making like installations. And kind of the hope is making data physicalizations, taking those like data stories out from the web and kind of into the world. And I I keep trying to think about this of like, was this intentional to like have this what you've called a creative data visualization or creative career with data? And at every step of the way, it kind of feels like I fell into it, but perhaps there was like premeditation that I wasn't aware of, that just kind of like every step of the way, I basically was like, what makes me happy? What do I want to do?
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
how, yeah.
Nice, nice. I love it. I love it. From your passion, from like art to like, working it with data, and then also be inspired to say, hey, can you do more? And then from there, like, yes, I can. All right, okay, let me build this over here. Oh, what can I do next? What can I do next? I love the journey. That's an amazing journey.
Thank you.
I'm going to switch some more questions around on that based on your response, because you recently did, talking about going back to what you said about the offline world, and you recently held your first offline data visualization art show in New York, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was the inspiration behind that, and how did it go?
Oh, okay, yeah. So thank you so much for asking about that. And actually I'm really excited because I just got the video back from our videographer that kind of is like a mini doc of the process. And I think within the next few days I might be able to like publish it. And I was just really excited to see it. I kind of like goes through the whole journey of why I wanted to have this show. The simple answer is really that the program I'm currently at ITP, we have an end of semester show so like a winter show and a spring show, but our winter show got canceled my first semester because of COVID. And then I was like, oh man, like I worked so hard on all of these things. Like I want some way to like kind of bring everything I was doing and show it in public. And I kind of put that wish out there. And my friend, Nicole Aptekar, who's absolutely amazing person and artist, was like, you should do that at our gallery. And so it kind of was almost like I wasn't intending to tell this story in a gallery, but the gallery thing happened. And then there was a story that I have been working on that just fit that space beautifully. And the story was that earlier this year in March, I realized that I was so terrified of being outside. And this came from like a realization that pre-pandemic, I loved being outside. I loved I just, yeah, the sun, the wind, everything. And then because of the pandemic, because of the anti-Asian hate crimes in America, and reading all of those reports, I think over the past year and a half or so, I've like really developed this fear. And so I decided to, and I was like, where did this come from? I want to understand myself better. And so I decided to kind of look into the data set of my photos 2 years pre-pandemic and the 2 years during. And then what I found from that was like kind of the visualization really supports that story, but also kind of gives this very hopeful, like what I learned was like, it was also very hopeful. And so that this is the first time I've done such like a personal and kind of vulnerable data visualization project. And in retrospect, I'm so glad that I got to do it in this physical space that was like very intimate, and only like people, you know, had to show up genuinely physically as themselves and experience the story. I have a few photos from the exhibit, if that's okay to share, or
Yeah. And I'm gonna share some things later. I'm gonna move some slides around. But go ahead.
yeah.
Awesome.
Let me. So I'm gonna. All right. Actually, I should have had this pulled up, but for some reason I didn't think to.
I'm gonna share a tweet that you did.
Oh, okay.
About it. So let me just
Thank
add
you
it
so
to the
much.
screen. Share screen, so open the screen too. And yeah, so if you missed it and you want to follow Shirley on Twitter, this is what she was saying that is happening in about the first art show. So and I think, let me see, yeah, this is, I think, the flyer announcing the event.
Yeah, thank you so much for pulling that up.
Yeah, no worries.
Here's
Right, let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I think I am. Let's see, share video. And then I think I can say share screen. Let me do this, share. And I think maybe some of the things that I feel like there's little things. So the way to read this is that each dot represents a photo I took during that month. And then the further away from the middle, it means that the further away from home I took the photo.
Wow.
And then there's, yeah, and then each of these flower icons means that it was a photo of flowers. And then each of these double circles are plates, so they were food photos. And then everything, all the other dots are everything else. But I think one of the things I just like made me really happy to put the details in was like, when we create this on the web, usually it's like a layer of HTML5 canvas for all the dots, and then a layer of SVG for all of the annotations, and then maybe like an HTML div layer to like kind of tell the story. If you like think of like a scrolly telling story, and I kind of like this does not matter to the show, but I just wanted to like honor that. So then the quote unquote canvas layer is printed on like just some thick cardstock paper. The quote unquote SVG layer is laser etched and then sprayed with spray paint. So then you can really see the drop shadow, like it's an IRL drop shadow. And then this I still need to experiment with, which is kind of like a placard in front that described the story.
Yes.
And one of the things that I loved experimenting from the show was this one of layering 3 different months on top of each other. It was so fun.
That's great. That's awesome. Yeah,
Thank you.
I love the hybrid of, online, offline worlds, and then now taking that to the next level of like 3D layers of data visualization, like to art. So that's very cool. That's very cool.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
awesome.
much.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I have another question
Hmm.
connected to that. Um, and I'm share my screen right quick. Let's
Oh,
add
yeah,
this
yeah.
to the stream. You have created some amazing visualizations.
Thank you.
And a couple examples. Like here's one. This notebook is on Observable. This one is you can see it's about the historical participation in early voting versus election day. And this is something you did on Observable a while back, and it was cool. It was on our trending tab for a while. Then you've done another one that was an interactive visualization of every line in Hamilton. Like that in itself is like, I'm trying to look for words like in the room where it was happening. It was really cool.
Thank
What are
you.
your top three data projects and why?
Ooh, I'm glad you asked me about the show because I think that is one of my recent favorites. If not for nothing other than the fact that um, because we work in web, it's really hard to like have a grasp of what it means for people to read the projects or see the projects I've done. And with the real life, I like was able to see people's like real-time reactions, and that was such a beautiful thing. So that will have a special place in my heart. The other one I was going to say from recently is I did a project called People of the Pandemic. Should I bring it up, or would it be
Yeah,
easier for you to bring it up? Or
I think I have it ready. Let me
oh,
double
okay,
check.
cool. Thank you.
Give me a second, but continue.
Yeah, and that one was I my relationship with data and data visualization is a way to know the world of like when I feel confused about what's going on, it's often what I turn to try and understand. And so this project came from a place of it was March 2020. All the numbers that were being published from newsrooms were such huge numbers that were like at state or national levels that I just couldn't wrap my mind around. And so this was my attempt at trying to understand the numbers from a individual level of like a community level. So it's like a hybrid of data visualization and simulation in like a game form to try and really hone in that like first person aspect. um, uh, and the data is actual population data and actual hospital data from your zip code. But the simulation, I worked with a brilliant data scientist. With his background is also in public health, Stephen Osserman. He did the all of the numbers behind the simulation, and so it's kind of like you choose every week what you're going to do, and that affects the case numbers in this kind of like hypothetical scenario. And actually, we have so much amazing support from Observable because we wanted to really outline all of the thought process that went into the methodology. So if you scroll to the bottom and click on the full methodology, or you can also do the decision. Yeah. And then these are, and a part of it was we wanted to kind of really capture people's actual decisions. So these are all decisions of people that played this game before you, and your decisions all together affect the case numbers in this real community, but in a hypothetical simulation. And then the full methodology, if you go to the bottom right, and it says full methodology. So that's done in an observable notebook that Stephen like wrote this amazing detailed, yeah. And then there's like, you can even, I think there's some parts of it at the bottom where you can even adjust. Oh, I think in a different notebook when he was kind of trying to run simulations. Yeah.
There we go.
There's a dynamic simulation.
I see.
Yeah. And so I think this was the project that's one of my favorite because it was so amazing to be able to work with like a bigger team of people, a bigger team of volunteers to really make the project happen.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Love those examples. Cool. All right. Let's jump to the next question. This is I think you're blowing people's mind right now, Shirley. Let's just say that. You're blowing people's mind, right? Okay. When did you I'm gonna go back a little bit. I've got a question about observable, and then a question like the future data visualization and observable. So when did you first learn about observable, and what did you like about creating data visualization on observable?
Yeah. So I can't even remember when I first. It's just I think because I've been doing D3 since 2012, which is like a year after D3 was, I think, published. It's been just really cool to see the journey from like the sidelines. I remember blocks.org, and that's where we used to put all of our little blocks. And then I remember block builder from Ian that was trying to like have an online editor. And then I remember Mike's 2017 Open VizConf talk. I think he was like the keynote, and he revealed this thing that he was working on. And then I remember as soon as I think it was released, when Observable was released, I started giving it a try. And it was really because we actually also mention it in our book Data Sketches as one of the tools that we use because it's felt like kind of the natural next progression to try after Block Builder. And it was actually a very, it's probably one of the most important tools for me, because one of the things I really struggled with coming from a software background is that I have no data background. I have no data analysis background. And for the longest time, the dumbest thing I used to do is I literally created a visualization with D3 from scratch to analyze my data. I didn't realize that's what I was doing. But I wanted to understand my data, and the only way I knew how to do it was to create a visualization with D3. So you can imagine that it would take me like a day or two to create the visualization, to test my hypothesis, often be wrong, and then have to go back to there was a project that took me 2 or 3 months. And I was like, I need a better way to do this. So then I started using Observable with Vega Lite as like a visual way to analyze and understand my data set. And then when the Observable plot came out, I was like, done.
Nice.
I remember saying to Ian, I was like, I retroactively feel really dumb for all of the hours I spent trying to do something that plot did for me in like a second.
No. Yeah, but I'm glad plot is useful. I'm sure Mike and Phil and the team will love that feedback, and glad it worked out. But awesome. But that's how we learn, Shirley. That's how we learn, right? Yeah, totally. So let's talk about the future a little bit, right? Because I feel like, I know you're one of the experts and the faces of data visualization and leading the movement out there. If we look at the last 3 years of data visualization in the creative space, what do you see the biggest changes that developers, designers should be thinking about?
Oh, such an interesting question. Well, so I have to give a little bit of a disclaimer that in the last year, I've just been so heads down in grad school that I haven't really been following the trends. I'm almost, and I'm again, kind of almost in the sidelines being like, whoa, there's stuff happening. That's so cool. But in the last 3 years, obviously there's the big thing that happened, which is the pandemic happened. And suddenly there was so much data that people wanted to understand. And so I think I think just data visualization and even like just non-traditional visualization forms becoming more widely accepted. I think that's been a really interesting shift. I think that another thing that's been so fun to observe has been just all of these different experimentations with visual forms. I think because all of these tools of like there's observable plot, there was Vega, there's Tableau, there's and all of these I think like what was the raw graphs. There's so many tools that help us understand our data with like kind of I'm not saying standard charts to be like I'm just like there's a set of charts that like ship with a lot of um these libraries and because we now have such a wide set of tools, I find the experimentation that's happening so exciting. I find the creativity that's happening so exciting. I'm so just like a fan of people being like, we can go beyond. Nothing wrong with the D3 color palette, but we can go beyond the oranges and blues. And we can go beyond the line charts and even like creative ways to use like the force diagram or chord diagrams or and I think as long as we're still very much keeping in mind the honoring of the data set, the honoring of where the data comes from, where it's collected, where it's gathered from, that we're clear about every single decision that we made via like a methodology. I love the experimentation that's happening. I love the bright colors. I love like just it's that's so fun. Yeah.
No, that's nice. Great answer. And that's something we're trying to do more of at Observable. Is like create experiences where people can have creative moments. Courtney, who's on a team who managed the community for our education community, recently did a data jam, and they're going to be sharing the winners of that tomorrow. Shameless plug for everybody to join us tomorrow as well. But that's what we're trying to create. Have the experience where people can be creative and using Observable and just in data visualization in general. So I like that. I like the answer. You see, I'm learning. So thank you. All right, you were also one of Observable's first ambassadors. Thank you. This is back in I think 2020. You're welcome. And I know you've been in school, but I'm sure you hear all the talk about communities. Like everybody has a community, needs to have a community these days. How important do you see for companies to like work with early enthusiasts who are passionate about their product and to like create programs like an ambassador program like ours, and how is that useful for everyone?
Yeah, I was really grateful to have had the direct access that I did as an ambassador. I think, I mean, like it makes a lot of sense for companies to foster that community around, like, especially when it's such a user-centric product, or as in like a user, a product, yeah. And to support like the creation of the notebooks and exploration with the notebooks. I was personally very, I think, very grateful to have that support, to have been to have had like kind of access to the developers, to know to like if I have any questions. Yeah, so I think it makes a lot of sense.
Cool. All good. We're winging it here. We're just having a conversation, Shirley. People just chiming in. You getting love from the chat, and also speaking of chat, you have a question for Shirley. We're going to stop in a few minutes and take questions for Shirley in chat. So get your questions ready. If you let me go to the question that's the title of this session, and then let's jump to questions from the chat. If you were to get started today, learning about, building a creative career with data visualization, where would you stop? Where would you start at? What would be your top 3 tips if you would start today?
Oh gosh.
Would it be your course, or would it be something else? You'd be like, hey, go jump on Observable, look at tutorials, or what? Where would you start?
Well, okay, so I think it really depends on the background of the person. If the background of the person is a developer, they're a front-end developer, they are already familiar with like JavaScript and web environments, then I think Observable is a great community. But if they're coming from somewhere else, like with a data background or design background, I might point them to like the Data Visualization Society, because I know that they have a kind of like a track for early career or people switching into data visualization. But I think all of these is like, it's so cool to be starting in data visualization right now. I feel like there's an excitement that's kind of palpable right now. There's so much support right now. I think no matter what the background of the person is, though, in trying to do more creative data visualizations, the thing I've always said is find a curiosity, something you're interested in, a project you want to do. Start small. Find a small curiosity. Try and collect your own small data set. And then from there, just like explore the different tools that work for you to create the visualization. Like if you're a developer, like use D3, use Observable to like Observable plot to like try out different visual forms, see what like helps you tell the stories of the data set, and then maybe like expand to D3 if you want to be more creative. If you're a designer and you have no interest in if you're a designer or like data analyst that want to learn D3 and this Observable, that's awesome. But if you have like no interest in it, there are people doing beautiful things with like raw graphs. I think that's the right tool name with Illustrator. But I think the most important thing is to get started. Get started with that curiosity. There's so many data sets out there, whether it's like already curated or something that you have to manually create yourself. But yeah, I feel like that was a cheesy get started. just do it.
No,
just do it.
Just do it. No, it's fine. Perfectly fine. Now, I love that answer. You're right. Just do it. Be curious, do some more research, and just do it. Get started. Awesome. Great. Well, let's jump to some questions from the chat. Anna has a great question. What are your 5 frustrations with making data visualizations?
Oh my God. Okay, I don't know if I can enumerate 5, but holy crap, when I cannot find something that's like interesting in the data set. Like let's say I've like spent so long collecting a data set and then I'm like digging through it and like I can't find anything. That is so frustrating. That's probably one of my most like frustrating. I've like scrapped entire projects that I've worked on for like weeks or months because I'm like, I can't find anything. Sometimes not finding something, like not finding a pattern is like actually an interesting story to be like, oh, these are, human behaviors, like very individual human behaviors. So of course there's no pattern. But sometimes it's like, nah, that's that's it.
It's not working.
Yeah, that's one of my frustrations. I think another thing that I think it's not a frustration, but I think that just makes data visualization so hard for me personally is the design side. I think that like design is so hard because design is something that everybody can see and have an opinion on. So then you like get so much feedback of like, oh, you're doing this well, or you're doing this shit. But to be able to like make the design decisions is so hard. So there's like projects where I'm like, I don't know if this is the best design decision. And that's when I have to bounce ideas around with people. I think for every frustration I've ever had, I've found some sort of a workaround. Some workarounds are like, I just have to accept that sometimes the data set I spent like so much time collecting is just not interesting. And other times the workaround is like, ask friends if this makes sense, if this is misleading for like the design. And then there's sometimes when like I used to be very sad when I didn't know how to make something work in code. Another thing that a thing we talk about a lot in data sketches, the project and book, is about how we would dream up these designs, these visualizations that we didn't know how to create with code or with like the available tools. For that, I realized that like, even if I don't have the skill right now, it's something that will come. There will come a day when I have then, with doing other projects, gained enough skill to be able to create the thing that I dreamed about like a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago. And that's kind of like what it's been like to be being in this program is like the big version of that, where like 5 years ago I was like, I want to do data physicalization and I have no idea how to do that. And 5 years later, I now am like, oh, this is now I can do it.
Yeah, you put on art shows. Yeah.
Oh, and I should I guess this is the first time I'm publicly saying that
breaking news.
That thank you so much. I don't know if anyone had the chance to stop by. I had this lovely guest book with people that were like, I stopped by, I've been following your work, and I just like was so tired I didn't get to talk to everybody. But the gallerist really loved the show, so she asked me to come back for a more extended show. So we're going to have it for a month next March. The dates are still tentative, but it will be around the weekend of March 24th to April 21st. So it's a beautiful time to be in New York.
Congrats.
Thank you so much. I originally was considering putting a digital version, like a scrolly version of the show online, but then I realized that it's such a personal story that I will put up videos and I'll put up photos, but I want the experience to be the experience of that room, which is very like kind of anti, like I'm very much about like access and inclusivity, but this is one of the few times that I'm like, I'm just gonna have it in person.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Well, congrats.
Thank you so much.
Congrats, and thanks for sharing here at Observable Insight as well. Congrats. But you can get to a couple more questions before we have to hop off. That's a great question. What would be the bare minimum team composition role to build a robust that's a big word.
Productionalized database. Okay, yeah. So this is so interesting. So a data visualization as a product. So I'm guessing that means not like data journalism, as newsrooms have their whole graphics teams, but like I'm guessing like something like a tech company building out a data visualization product. I mean, you could start with one person. But I think if you want very clear roles, I'm not sure if I'm the best person to answer this, just because I've been out of corporate jobs for a long time. But I actually think it's less about what roles, but rather whether the company really prioritizes data visualization. And what I mean by that is that you can have the most brilliant team with like, like the right data visualization designer, the right like data analyst, and the right like product manager with the right data visualization engineer. You can have all of those people, but if your company is not going to give you funding or priority for that project, then it's all moot, right? Like I remember there's like a community survey, and one of the biggest things I learned from the community survey is like the frustrations that people feel with data visualization as just a quote unquote afterthought, like kind of like how you like slap, what's the saying, like slap lipstick on a pig or something. and how they're not given enough time to make a good visualization. And if you don't have time to make a good visualization, you don't have time to convince your internal stakeholders that this is a good idea. So you can start with one person. You can start with one data visualization developer, and if they specifically, if they specialize in data visualization, then they should have some amount of knowledge about like the design side as well, because of how important that is. But most importantly is, do you prioritize it?
Awesome. Grants. So we do one more real quick. Just going through the chat. Let me see. Maya had a question. If you say choose inspiration, buy your book. They love your book.
Thank you so much.
I was hoping you could talk about a bit more about your process from ideation to completion.
Oh God, it's messy. Process. Process is something I've struggled with over the years. There's not like I do this step, I do this step, I do this step, and something happens, right? Have you seen those like doodles, like memes of like creative process, and it's like it starts and then it's a jumble and then there's some sort of like result at the end? I think it's that for me. I think especially for me, it's like the part about like the kind of general overarching like high level process is have the curiosity, have a hypothesis, then get the data, then understand the data, then start drawing, sketching, figuring out some sort of visual, then code. That's the like high level idealized version of what happens. It never happens like that. It's just all those elements kind of like jumble in and out, and sometimes I collect the data, realize it's not going to work, go back to the idea, and then like it goes like in a loop a lot like there. Sometimes I get to the sketching and I realize I don't understand the data at all, so then I have to go back to understand the data. For me personally, because my background is in software, I think code is actually the most straightforward part of the process for me.
Got it.
So it's like data and design is like this jumble, and by the time I can get out to the other side of coding, by then usually I've figured things out. But I would imagine it's different for everyone, and that like different things work for different people. And I think another thing that's really important for me is to just like have kind of a way to get inspiration. And for me personally, the way to get inspiration is I actually try not to look at other people's data viz work while I'm working on my own data viz, but rather while I'm working on my own data viz, I look at like art from other fields or works from other fields, and like having I know like there's a lot of people like Naughty, like Jan Willem Top. They all, sorry, I totally messed up the name, but they all have their own Pinterest boards for inspiration that they turn to. So I think that plus just walking away, taking a break, sometimes for a walk, sometimes for like weeks while you work on a different project or take a vacation. And sometimes that's what clears up the path and allows me to go forward.
Awesome. Well, Shirley, thank you for all you've done in the community, in the data viz community. Thank you for working with Observer and the Observer community as well. And we appreciate you being at Observable Insight and sharing everything. And congrats again on the art show. So thank you. And thank you all for the questions as well. So appreciate it.
Is there a way that I can just kind of answer the comments? Will I just have?
Yeah. We send you a link, and it should be in your calendar, right? But there's a way to just join, hop in on the front end, and then you can ask all the questions. So we see you over there.
I'll answer there. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Awesome.
Thank you so much, and thank you to
Shirley.
Observable for everything.
All right. Awesome. Great. Okay, humans. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the chat. The stream is happening. It's happening. We appreciate the feedback and excited to see Shirley over there. Shirley will continue to answer questions in the chat. We appreciate you, Shirley. And we're moving on. Okay. Next up, we're going to share the Observer Roadmap. We're going to hear from Melody, our CEO and co-founder, on the Observer Roadmap.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melody Meckfessel, CEO and co-founder of Observable, and I wanted to take a little bit of time to share a little bit about what we're building in Observable, why we're building it, and give you a little sneak peek into the future. So our mission at Observable is to help everyone make sense of the world with data. We are together with our community building a place for people to explore, analyze, and communicate with data together. We know how challenging it is to work with data. It's overwhelming all of us most of the time, and making sense of it is the biggest challenge we face in this world that we live in. So Observable was designed to address that challenge by empowering people to collaborate and to share the insights that they have with the world. Observable is a collaborative, web-based SaaS platform for data practitioners and the decision makers that they work with. We're creating an environment to bring the data, the logic, the context, or the background together in one place so that data practitioners can accelerate data-driven insights. And it's all for the point of better decision making. So Observable reimagines how we can make sense of data in this modern connected world, making it more approachable, more accessible, more social, and even bringing a little bit of joy to it. Okay, so let's imagine what the future of data work could look like, and specifically the power of collaboration. So industry analysts have been signaling that collaboration is the way to make data-based, data-driven decisions in the world. And collaboration is the way that you get the most benefit out of your organization's data. So, I know if the last couple of years have taught us anything, they have taught us the power of collaboration and that it is a requirement of how we work together. And ideally, it's built in native to the product. So when we look around, collaboration is powering some of the fastest growing communities on the web. We know we're stronger when we work together. We're stronger in numbers. And it turns out our community is massive. Data practitioners is a way to be inclusive of the skills and the roles that different people bring to the data workflow process. Those are scientists and analysts. They're developers that are building data apps based on the analysis and the models that the scientists and analysts have done. A lot of interesting work happens in spreadsheets. So Google Sheets, Microsoft Excel, and we're not even talking about here all the stakeholders, the decision makers, the other people that we collaborate with when we're doing data work. But data practitioners really is a way to say anyone who explores data, analyzes it towards some insights is included in this group. Okay, so if we know that the community is growing, we know that it is diverse, and it's no surprise that we use a diverse set of tools to do our work. So remember when I mentioned, the analysts were flagging that this is critical collaboration? Well, it turns out businesses are prioritizing their tool investments for their organizations to work with data. Now, more doesn't necessarily mean better. This is some research that we did within the Observable community of just the number of tools that people are using for their data worker. It turns out there's a lot. And when we have to juggle these and keep the pieces together, it's difficult. It can mean our workflow slows down. Maybe it's difficult for us to address bugs. But there's a lot of challenges that we have when we have to navigate this environment. Okay, so at Observable, we are, what are we working to build? We're working to build an environment that supports a diverse community collaborating with data. And the first part of that is the notebook, this rich interactive document. Think of it as a data canvas. Data work is creative, it's iterative. It's best when people are working together. So imagine a traditional notebook opening up to be this creative environment. You can have prose for background. You can have a data table cell to work with data. You can have an interactive stack bar chart for analysis, and maybe even an animated visual with inputs for a stakeholder to explore the data themselves. But the idea is that anyone can create these canvas. And when we're in that environment, we can iterate. And that iteration is a blessing, not a curse. We move faster together, right? We ask questions. We keep going. We keep challenging each other and inspiring each other. And in the notebook, we have a natural awareness. We can see people's updates. We can see the interaction happening. We get immediate feedback. And so why are we doing that? Well, when we can see our work together, we ask questions and we deepen our knowledge, but we also start to build trust and a language around our data. We can see and learn directly from our colleagues or collaborators. And we can have more trust in the actions and the decisions that follow the analysis we do in this environment. Okay, so even when you're in the environment, you need pieces to get started. And this is where, Observable having the largest library of reusable live data visualizations comes into play. These are starting points. So you can fork someone else's work, but there are templates also that are structured ways to get started with data. And we're going to be investing in more templates. There's also surfacing imports. So these are specific pieces of code that you can reuse. And it's just easier to get our job done when we have these pieces at our fingertips in the environment ready to go. And it helps us to move faster. So that global library is really important. No one should if they don't want to, have to start from a blank slate. Now, this principle is really important in how we think about Observable. And it's this idea that if we're including everyone in the data workflow, we need to support diverse skill sets and backgrounds. So code when you need it, because you might sometimes, just to have unlimited expressiveness, to not hit any walls or constraints, but UI when you don't. So snippets or composable cell starting points. This is like bridge to get started. And what we really want is the inputs, the data, the logic, the visuals in one place working together seamlessly. This is helping create, address the structural problem that we have of collaboration. Like we as different participants and contributors in the data workflow need different things. We want to use what makes us productive. Okay, so working with data is creative, it's iterative. We really want freedom to explore ideas. And we know we may ask questions of the data, which may inspire us to pursue other questions. So we want to lower the cost of pursuing those ideas. And that's where, the ability to easily fork a coworker's work multiple times and experiment, having that all backed with integrated source control. So I don't lose anything. I can revert. There's just this freedom to explore real time and keep going together. So you bring your data wherever it is. We have data connectors to Postgres and MySQL and Snowflake, and we're adding more connectors. We're investing in more connectors. You do your work in Observable, you find those insights, and then you can take it where you like. You can export it, you can embed it, you can work directly in Observable. And that portability is important. We will continue to invest in making it easier to bring your data in and to use it where you like. So that's a little bit about what's there today and why we're continuing to make that better. So what's ahead? This is a little peek into the future. And there's four areas I want to touch on. So the first one is we know that people are building data apps. And by data apps, I mean dashboards, I mean interactive visualizations, I mean reports. This idea that you need to do data analysis, you need to ingest data from multiple sources to do that data analysis, and then you need fast ways to construct those data apps. And that can be through code when you need it, UI when you don't, but this idea of, builders and making it easier to import and includes, those are all things that are really important to making it easier to build. And we want that, with the improvements in the data table cell and the SQL cell to make that construction easier and more intuitive for everyone. We know we need to make it easier to collaborate. So when we're working in Observable, we need to share things with each other. And our organizations change. That sharing changes, and we need the ability to scale. So we want to support that diversity of roles, team structures, and the environment in which people find out what they should import and have insights into the data analysis and the activities within your organization. Working with data and data visualization really feels like it's just getting started. And that's where the importance of learning and sharing comes into play. Learning new data analysis techniques, new visualization techniques, new visual forms that are going to be created. We're going to continue to invest in tutorials, both observable and community created, workshops, live streams, great documentation, and so much more. We are on this journey together as a community, and learning and sharing is such a big part of it. And finally, most importantly, community is at the heart of everything Observable does. We want to invest in better getting started experiences like quick guides, which we launched a couple weeks ago, ways for people to connect on topics that are important to them, ways to present your skills on the platform to connect with other folks, and just easier ways to bring that work together, both in public and in private. So the community at Observable has created the largest library of reusable visualizations that we all get to start from. And there is this magic and this ease in being able to reuse and build on each other's work. And it's when there's diversity of skills, there's diversity of the options that are going to inspire us that we can build upon. We know we're social folks as data practitioners, and we are inspired by each other's work every day. And we want to encourage that. More people that are empowered to explore data, the more impactful creation that will happen out of that. And that's what we're in support of at Observable. So the community together, learning, sharing, creating, being inspired is contributing to what the future of data collaboration will be in the world. So hopefully that gives you a little sense of what we're doing now and where we're going. And I really look forward to hearing from you. Thanks so much again for being at the conference. It's really exciting to hear all your suggestions and ideas about how to continue to build Observable together. Thank you so much. All right. So I hope that was helpful to share a little bit about what's going on at Observable. We've got a lot that we're working on. We've got a lot that we heard from you. I saw a question. Yeah, Misha, thanks. To what extent is building more integrations and how to work with guides? A long list of tools. Yeah, it is a long list. We love to hear. Some of that is triaged by the number of requests we get for some of those types of integrations. But we are trying to make a concerted effort to, over time, implement those integrations and hopefully do those in collaboration with the community. We also work really closely with our ambassador group, which I think you all heard some things about that, which is getting early feedback and early testing on those integrations. And we do a lot of dog fooding ourselves. We do a lot of data analytics using those data connectors. And yeah, I just love to, you can do support at or in chat here. Love to hear kind of what's at the top of your list. It's always helpful for us. Great. Lena, what kind of company is Observable? So, and what is the link to D3? Maintain D3 as well. What's your business model? Great question. We have 3 product offerings. We have a free tier in the public for folks to work in the community, and then we have 2 paid offerings. So if you heard our customer panel from earlier, those are folks that are using our Teams and our enterprise product. We're a SaaS-based, subscription-based product. So folks will sign up for one of those paid tiers to work in their organization in private. And that's really our business model, as being a very kind of standard SaaS-based platform with a diverse product offering. Our Teams product offers private environment, private workspaces for people to work with their private data, to build data apps, to do data exploration. And then our Enterprise product comes with a set of onboarding, training, tutorials, and additional services that go along with it, as well as additional features around security and privacy. And we're continuing to invest in both Teams and in Enterprise in the coming year. So I hinted at that a little bit with the Collaborate with Data section. We do have links to many open source visualization tools, D3 being one of them, Observable Plot, which we launched last year. I'm a big believer in open source development and contributing to it. And as a company, we've continued to contribute to both creating and maintaining an evolving Plot, as well as D3. We integrate with Vega Lite, we integrate with other open source tools, and it's a principle of the platform to integrate with libraries and tools that make folks productive on the platform. So we're not a nonprofit, we're not an exclusive open source company, and we continue to see folks, I think Robert from Stitch Fix mentioned this, kind of kick the tires and learn about the product as an individual user, and then really want to bring it in-house to do work within their company. And so we're seeing that pattern continue to be really helpful in terms of understanding the product. And then we work with you to onboard to both Teams and Enterprise. Oh my gosh, good question, Chad. We were talking about this internally. This is one of the top requests that we hear, which is it's very difficult to organize and understand where your notebooks are and collections. So this is one area we're investing to help folks collaborate. We use Observable to build Observable, and you're going to hear some folks talk about that this afternoon from the Observable team. But we feel a lot of pain just managing the volume of like notebooks and dashboards that we're creating. And so this is really next on our list. Got great design team working on it, making it easier to tag, making it easier to organize. We were just talking about this, Nanya and Kobus, myself, Wiltsy, Ramona. So yeah, definitely hear you. And we feel the pain of this every day. Is there a product roadmap we can see? We haven't yet published a product roadmap. We'll likely do that in the first part of this year. We're doing some detailed planning later in November and December. And my goal is to get to a public roadmap that we publish. So thanks a lot for raising that, Dylan. Our goal is to get there. We've been trying to move fast to launch features. And I understand the community wants, and we owe the community more detail around what we're working on and what our plans are headed into next year. There's a lot of exciting work. Some you're going to keep seeing in the next couple of weeks and throughout the end of the year. So big thanks to the Observable team. I think I might be out of time. I don't know. We're supposed to go to 12:55. Big thanks to the Observable team for all the work that they're doing to continue to evolve the product. And thank you to all of you in the community and in our customer base for giving us feedback and suggestions, helping each other out in the forum. We really feel like we're building this in partnership with you. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for doing that.
Awesome. Thank you, Melanie, for sharing. And as she said, thank you, everyone. And we are really excited about what we have coming down the roadmap, as Melanie shared earlier. And thank you all for the questions. And now we're going to just take a deep breath, everyone, and count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Set the stage. We have a special presentation from a member of our team before we jump to our next session with a lot of members of our team who's going to talk about how we work with Observable at Observable. So before we get to that, I'd like to invite Visnu to the stage for a special presentation.
Hello, can people hear me? I hope, probably, yeah. Got a special microphone out. All right, I'm just gonna play some music. This is maybe half for Shirley, because I know Hamilton's one of her favorite musicals, but here we go. Theodosia what to say to you. You have my eyes, you have your mother's name. When you came into this world you cried, and it broke my heart. I'm dedicating every day to you. Domestic life was never quite my style. When you smile, you knock me out, I fall apart. I thought I was so smart. You will come of age with our young nation. We'll bleed and fight for you. We'll make it right for you. If we lay a strong enough foundation, we'll pass it on to you. We'll give the world to you, and you'll blow us all away. Someday, someday. Yeah, you'll blow us all away. Someday, someday. Oh, Philip, when you smile, I am undone. My son, look at my son. Pride is not the word I'm looking for. There is so much more inside me now. Philip, you outshine the morning sun. My son, when you smile, I fall apart. I thought I was so smart. You will come of age with our young nation. We'll bleed and fight for you. We'll make it right for you. If we lay a strong enough foundation, we'll pass it on to you. We'll give the world to you, and you'll blow us all away. Someday, someday. Yeah, you'll blow us all away. Someday, someday.
Awesome, awesome. Round of applause to Visnu in the chat. Let's give him a round of applause. Snaps, fingers, hands, clap. What do you want to do? Thank you. And lovely comment from Jackie. Yeah, great addition to the afternoon. Yeah, that felt good. Yes. Okay. Ooh, that was great. All right. Take a pause. Sit in a moment. It's okay. Okay. All right. Next, we'd like to invite Allison, who's a data science advocate on a team at Observable, to the stage. And then Allison can bring the show, introduce the team, do the notebooks, share the notebooks. Take it away, Allison.
All right. Thanks, Wayne. Oh, had to recover after that beautiful song, Visnu. Thank you. Yeah, I think many of us needed that. That was awesome. All right. So this session, I am really excited to be hosting. We're going to mix it up a little bit. Like Wayne said, this is a session on how we use Observable at Observable. And the reason that I'm so excited about this is because anytime I get to see folks who are actually creating tools work in those tools, it feels a little bit like watching a magician. But the best part is that these are magicians who just want to tell us all of their secrets so that we get to learn the ways that they work, things that they think are fun or valuable or cool or exciting in many different ways, in ways that are professional or in some ways that just help them out in other ways unrelated to work. So I'm really excited. In this session, we have 4 of these magicians from the Observable team who are going to tell us some of their secrets, share some wisdom with us. so that we all can learn how to work in Observable more efficiently, how we can use it in different ways that we might not have thought of before, and get to know some members of the team who are contributing and helping to build and improve this tool, and make so much documentation and software that allows us to work with data and answer questions that we care about. So first up, I would like to welcome Mike. So Mike is going to be sharing with us a bit about data wrangling and DuckDB. So first, I would love to ask Mike to introduce yourself and a little bit about what you do at Observable and what you're going to be presenting on.
Hey everyone, can you hear me all right? Am I frozen? You're okay. The slight delay. Wow, I'm still just tingling from Visnu's performance. I'm Mike Freeman. I'm a software developer here at Observable, but I arrived by way, similar to Allison, I was formerly a professor. I was at the University of Washington teaching students how to work with data, how to visualize data, and I had the great joy of meeting a lot of people on the Observable team as I started using Observable in my classroom. And I was so excited that I wanted to come here and be an advocate. And then I was so excited about some of the ways that we were working with the tool that I wanted to start contributing to the way that the software itself works. So I am now on the engineering team, which has been just a fabulous learning experience.
Cool. Thanks, Mike. All right. Well, I'm just going to let you take it away. I'll chime in with some questions, but otherwise go ahead and tell us a little bit about data wrangling in Observable.
I will. Right now, I'm wrangling my screen sharing. Which one of these is the accidentally completed version? Because you always, you're a teacher as well. You don't want to go in without having the backup completed. All right. So this doesn't look completed. I wanted to talk about data wrangling because, as Melody said, we dog food our product, and data wrangling is something that is terrifying in any programming language, but especially so in JavaScript. So I wanted to take a few minutes and demystify it, or at least just show folks what we do using Observable at Observable. So I was looking for some sample data and thought, sort of the hello world of data visualization is looking at the relationship between GDP and life expectancy. Right? We've seen many different presentations of this. The World Bank has this wonderful tool for exporting data, and you can visualize it as well. I won't go through clicking all the buttons, but you can select all the countries. You can go in and choose different databases. There's really a rich aggregate data source, select different available time values, or time ranges, and then download the data. So I did that step, and I figured this is a fabulous download export tool. Like, the data is going to come in wonderful tidy format. I know Alice and I are also enthusiastic R users. Like, this is going to be great. Every row is going to be a different observation, and then each column is going to be a feature, right? Like, this is going to be a short 10 minutes here. So I've loaded the data, and now we can take a look at it. I'll just go ahead and add a table, and I'll look at that World Bank data. And this is just an absolute nightmare for me, right? I don't know if you or if anyone else looking at this imagines seeing this in any programming language that they're working in, but every year is a column, and it isn't just the number of the, well, first of all, it starts with a number, and then it has the number repeated in brackets. We have like a column that we don't need. We have series names that are really long that won't translate well to column names. So we have to do like not just some simple selection or filtering, but we want to do like reshape this data set in a few different ways. So I could walk away. I feel like I would want to walk away, but I want to demystify this just a little bit by working with a library called Arcaro. One thing that I love that came out of doing this work at Observable was that we've now added that directly to the standard library. So here, Arcaro is already loaded into notebooks. You don't need to go find it. We did a lot of work figuring out what would be good libraries for supporting this. And we're just going to go ahead and create an Arcaro table. We can store that in something called data. To see the result of the transformation, I just want to display it in the table below. We can start with something simple like a select statement. We have some nice chaining operations. This maybe resonates with our users. And there's some handy functionality here. Like maybe we want all of the columns except for series code. We don't really care about that. So we're really off to the races here. But what's great about this is it also has more advanced data transformation functionality built in. So we can do something like try and fold our columns down from columns to rows. And we really want to fold down everything except for the country name and the country code and the series name. Maybe we can get rid of the country name for now as well. And we'll bring it back when we bring in some metadata. So maybe we want to fold down everything except for country code and series name. All right, so now we're like moving towards a tidier data set. We've got some funny formatting with the key. I think we can even come in here and say something like as year. All right, so now we've got like a nice label. And we want to go in and do some replacing.
I just want to say that this, like, of the many different ways that I've done pivot longer and other alternatives, this one actually seems super, super nice, right?
Yeah.
Like it's a very minimal amount of code that you need to pivot something longer. It's really awesome.
And I feel like when I've used Arcaro before, I anticipate there being a problem that there's a really elegant solution for here. So I've really enjoyed working with this JavaScript library. So we've just got kind of our pivot longer. But if we want to compare later life expectancy and GDP, we're also going to have to pivot wider, which they just call pivot.
This data is amazing because it's like uniquely untidy in that way that you both have to use a pivot longer and a pivot wider.
Yeah.
It's really tidy. It's great.
Yes, it was a real gift from, I'm very glad that the World Bank has this incredible download tool. But I feel like I've found in multiple situations, like we have these really robust tools and the data formats aren't designed for visualization or analysis really, which is a shame. Luckily, in just a few minutes, we can reshape our data in ways that we want. All right, so we can derive new columns. So we maybe want something called series. And there's a few things, like maybe just to abbreviate this, we want just the first word in series name, like life or GDP. So we can write just a small arrow function. It's okay. It's not horrible to write JavaScript in something that looks kind of like our dplyr code. And again, we've got these operations like split, and we can split the series name on the first space and then just grab the 0th one. Oh, that was inevitable, right? Invalid member expression. D bracket, there's a parentheses in here that shouldn't be in there. And then maybe another closing bracket that shouldn't be there. D bracket, series name, bracket. Oh, come on. Data is not defined. Unexpected token. Hey, look at that. You like add and delete enough curly braces. And
it's debugging, right?
And it works. Is this format? All right, so we've got this formatted. All right, so we've got the series there. That looks nice. We can actually do something really similar for the year, right? We just want that first part of the expression. So we can do multiple derivations of columns at once. But we don't want to do series. We want to do year, and we can just kind of overwrite the dot year and grab the first thing. If we want it to come out as a number, we can even just put a little plus sign in front of it. So we've got year, value, series. I don't really want series name anymore, so I can do that same select Arcaro not series name. And now we're really close, right? We've got a country code, a year, a value, and a series. But if we're going to compare two series to one another, we're going to want to reshape them. I think this is a bit of maybe this was an unexpected thing about the library, is that you kind of have to group by the things that you don't want to accidentally pivot wider. So we just want to say that we want these to be grouped by country code and year. This is obviously too fast for a tutorial, but like a nice cursory overview of what's possible. And then we can pivot our series and our value. And we've got country, year, and then those features that describe each of those observations. You can even, believe it or not, we can even join on our metadata. To do that, we're going to have to make just a quick Arcaro table from country metadata. So we'll grab that, and I think that over here we call it country code. Over there we call it code. And now we've got our data and all sorts of information, importantly, like the region. Now, I would feel bad if I made you all watch me write data wrangling code and then just the outcome was a table. So it's okay if I take a minute and make a plot as well?
Yeah, do it.
All right. So here, I really like starting with the snippets now that they're in the add cell menu. Like, even though I'm familiar with plot, having this nice structure to start from reminds me we've got data, we've got along the x-axis, we can say, GDP, and then over here we have life expectancy. Okay, not exactly the most beautiful thing that we've ever seen. We can polish this up, right? So whenever we see this, we usually see this with a log scale in the x direction. So our axis, that's cleaned up. And then why don't we go ahead and facet it out so we can see if this sort of upward trend is similar by region. So along the x direction, we can do region. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We can see that the data set itself actually has the regions itself as rows. And this, here's like a moment, right? Like, here's why it is valuable to do your data wrangling in Observable, because now I want to come in here and just say like, oh, I want to filter this down to make sure that each one of the rows has a region. And that filters it out, right? I didn't have to go back to R or Python or Excel and then come back here. I was able to just do that right above, make sure I only have the data that I'm interested in. And then, plot just lets us take it away, right? We can add some frames here. And of course, we can get fancier, right? We can apply other visual encodings. The stroke can be the country code. And then we can also, we can see what's happening over time. It's hard to have a third quantitative dimension, but if we look at the radius by year, and then let's just sort of finesse that scale a little bit to set the domain to be the extent of data's years, and then the visual range to be like 0 to 7. And then we have these like little tadpoles, right, where the smaller circles are earlier years. And for almost every country, we might want to piece this apart a little bit differently. We can see that over time we're moving upwards, right? Our life expectancy is increasing. Seems like the slope is a bit more upwards than over, so maybe increasing faster than GDP is increasing. And this is, of course, made possible by doing our data wrangling, that when we had just the original data, we were pretty stuck.
That's cool. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, it's just really encouraging to see like this makes it possible for, I think, a lot of folks working in other languages who are used to kind of those sequential, declarative, data wrangling tools that they're used to, and the grammar of graphics, that like both of those things are what you've just shown us, which I think opens up a whole possibility of data science kind of essentials in JavaScript and in Observable, which is really cool.
Thank you. I do want to show sort of one intermediary thing that we like to do at Observable is create like tiny tools, things that kind of prototype where things we might be able to build into the products. Like you'll soon see the summary charts on top of the SQL cell that was originally in a notebook. We want to make data wrangling easier, but until then, here's a notebook to help you learn some of this Arcaro code. You can actually import it into your notebook. So if we're in here and we import this wrangler, and we pass the wrangler, wrangler, hard to spell. We pass in our original data, that World Bank data. What this gives you is a snapshot of the data, right? Here's where we started, and a searchable menu where you can say what you want to do. So you can select and it's giving you a live preview below of what you get if you say select the country and the series name and 1 or 2 of the years, and you can build up this code, right? So it gives you this little code snippet that you can copy and paste elsewhere. So this is like a nice teaching or learning tool where you can say like, oh, can I sort? You search for sort and it tells you can order by, right? Maybe you want to order this in descending value by whatever, GDP 1997. And already you're seeing some, Japan, Germany, and France are at the top, right? We're surfacing some information quickly there. But this is really to help you compose those operations that we were able to, express up here.
So awesome. Such magic. Thank you so much, Mike, for sharing this with us. So helpful. And just really appreciate you sharing some data wrangling and Viz knowledge with us. That was great. Thanks.
Yeah, my pleasure. Data wrangling in JavaScript, I'm not going to say it's always a good idea, but it's not as terrifying as it seems, especially with some of these tools here.
Not at all. It feels much more possible. Yeah.
All right. And I'll share a link to this notebook in the chat as well.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. So next up, we have Paul, who is going to join us. The tentative title for Paul's section is Database Awesome Sauce. So we're going to see some cool database and SQL stuff. All right. So Paul, first, can you, some of us have seen you earlier today demoing and doing some live coding, which is awesome. But for those of us who maybe didn't meet you earlier, can you introduce yourself and quickly share what you do at Observable?
Yeah, definitely. So hi, everyone. Paul Buffa. I'm a data viz developer at Observable. I work on the product education team, and I try to make tutorials, examples of how to use Observable to help everyone learn how to use the product. So really excited to be here today and talk about a few of my tips and tricks.
All right. I don't think we need to say any more. I want to see them too. It's good. Take it away with your database tips and tricks, Paul.
All right. Well, I think everyone can see my screen. And yeah, so I was so excited to talk about this, probably too excited because there's just so many different things I love about Observable that you may not know about. So it's always fun to kind of share some of those. It's kind of a bunch of different things. So hopefully you're able to follow along. The biggest thing is, yes, SQL databases. I love using them in Observable. I came from a world where I was a data analyst where I always had to use some other software to do query writing. It was often using Teradata or Oracle SQL. And, working in those platforms was sometimes a challenge. And it was always a process to get my data from the database into where I was working, which sometimes was Excel or with Python, and then eventually with Observable. And when we now introduced the SQL cell, it was like, finally, these two worlds have come together and the best of both are now at my fingertips. So I do pretty much everything with SQL in Observable for my data source. I do a lot of reporting on our sort of internal metrics and our user metrics to understand how users are using Observable and what they're finding. So unfortunately, a lot of that analysis I can't share because it's a little sensitive, but it's really fun to do. And I'm going to showcase some other data sets that should hopefully get across the same ideas. So this is one here that we actually have as a curated data set. So you can access this anytime on the MoMA collection. It's a really cool database. The data set actually was on GitHub as a bunch of CSV files. And we created this curated version, which cleans up a few values, then also puts it into a database format. So you can use queries to access the data. You can import it with this little line right here. And we use DuckDB for this. So DuckDB has come up a few times today, so it's probably not new to you, but in case it is, it's a framework for building databases in the browser, and it's really easy to use. You essentially just say what tables you want to add, and you can add in CSVs, you can add in Parquet files. There's lots of different ways you can add data in, and it kind of just works, which is so cool. So this is one for the MoMA data set. You can see it's about artists. I have all these different columns here that I can use. I want to do a call out for this cool new product feature that I think just came out like a week ago, which is in the database pane, you can actually see this database here and click on that to see the schema. So a lot of times like when I've been using other tools for looking into databases, you know, I do a lot of select star like this to see what was in the database. But I love about this is I can just click on these different table names and see what all the fields are, which just saves so much time.
It's so nice. I felt my like heart rate go up when you started talking about it. Like, oh, thank you. It's so nice. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, it's just it literally just saves me time every day. So yeah, writing queries is just kind of a breeze. It's really, really fun. I'm going to call out some other tricks here. If you're doing a lot of work with DuckDB and Observable, this CSV to Parquet helper. So it's just a notebook where you can, I think you'll see this tab now, right? You can upload a CSV file and it'll convert it to a Parquet file for you, which will dramatically reduce the size. So like one example is with the Stack Overflow results. We have a cool notebook on that if you want to check it out, where it took an 80 megabyte down to 5 megabyte. So made it a lot faster and a lot easier to work with. So pretty neat. You haven't seen it before. So another thing I do a lot with SQL, and I mentioned this earlier, is just embedding variables into SQL queries. So for here, this one, we've got this MoMA data set. We're looking at artists, and there's a nationality field, so you can see where the artist is from. So imagine you might want to open this up, you know, use this field as a way to filter the data set. You can take the results from a query and add that to an input. So here I've taken the nationalities query. I've added it to a drop-down input, right, where I'm just mapping the nationalities. I've got those options here. It's just the top 10. And now I can use that to update this query to get all the artist names, the number of artworks that are tied to artists from that nationality. And this is something I just do a lot of for sort of our internal reporting, because it allows me to make these queries self-service, right? If I'm working with somebody who is not familiar with writing SQL queries, but they want to have access to the data, I can just set up a few inputs like this, and it's pretty fast. And then they could just access the data as if they can write queries on their own. So it's a great way to kind of empower other people to get access to the database. And yeah, like you can add it for anything. Like here I've got, let's see, we can add in a range slider. So I've got like a limit here, right, for the number of artists. I'm only showing the top 10. And you can open that up and just use this in my query. And then now it's got the top 50, and I can limit to the top 11. I will warn you though, be careful, because you can run a lot of queries really fast this way. So sometimes I might actually do something like a text input. If you have a kind of a slow performing query, this one's like fast, so it's not a problem. But if you use a text input and then do submit true, this can be nice, because then it only will run the query when you've submitted the results. So it's gonna have to put in something like this, and then it should, oh, there you go. Now it's gonna run just the 12. So that is a good trick, because you don't want to run too many queries at the same time.
Yep.
Another thing that's really helpful for this, so a lot of times you're doing that, like you're filtering the data from some dropdown. So there's this cool trick I learned, I can't remember who taught me, but someone on the team, around using D3 group with dropdowns. So if you've got a data set that you want to use, so here we've got this one, which is going to be artists by nationality and the number of artworks that they have. I can actually take all these results, which is pretty large, it's 14,000 rows, and I'm going to put that in a D3 group, which is going to group my results. So I can just show a quick example, D3 group, artists by nationalities, and I specify how I want to group the results. So by nationality, and you'll see I've got this new object here, a map object, that'll group them by those nationalities, and it has the array of values there. So rather than like filtering a query or filtering the results, I can just use this result and it'll return the array of values that are tied to that group. So now when I change it to American, it's going to change to, there's a lot of American artists in the MoMA collection. So this is just really a neat way to do it. You kind of just have one main data set you're working with, and then use group to kind of use that as a filter.
That's so awesome. That seems so much more efficient than ways that I've
Yeah.
exploring data before. That's really awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. And then here I'm limiting it to the top 10 results in plot. So you can do it that way too.
Very cool.
This one's actually from who just presented, Mike. This is something I use pretty much in every single notebook, are these bespoke tooltips. So with plot, you can kind of write your own custom tooltip plugin. And we have this one that we use a lot. That just says tooltip plugin. It's from a notebook from Mike. You can import it as well. And you just call it like this. You call it around plot. And then now when I add a title to my plot, so this is the same data set I was looking at before, it'll now show me a nice little tooltip, and you can customize it however you like. So this is just a really neat helper I use all the time.
Beautiful. So the only two things that you had to do to add that tooltip is you
import
plugin plot, import tooltip plugin plot, and then you put the title in the plot, in your plot, and that's it.
That's right. And you can put in anything there. There you go.
I agree, Maya. It's like very, very nice. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's really helpful.
Yeah.
I might, for the sake of time, skip this one because I talked about it this morning when we were doing the live coding around putting links in plot, where you can just basically specify a link in for using like dots. You can put a little thing there for the reference and a target, so you can open up links when you click on dots and plot. So I'll skip over this. We talked about it earlier, and I'll share out this notebook afterwards. I want to get to this last part, which is a little advanced, maybe too advanced, but I'm going to try because it's just so cool. I was looking at this data set around MTA ridership levels. So MTA, it's the Metro Transit Authority in New York City. They report on the number of people that ride the subways over time. And it's a really cool data set because it's just so seasonal. And I was working on the seasonality index to try to have a helper function for doing seasonal analysis. So this is the original results. You can see it shows pre-COVID, ridership levels were about 5.5 million. And it drops down to 500,000 when COVID happens, and it slowly has been ramping back up. And you notice there's this like big changes every day, right? Which is going to be representing the day of week change. So people ride the subways mostly during the weekdays and not as much on the weekends. So I wanted to adjust for this by adding in seasonality index, right? So it kind of accounts for that day of week difference to know what is sort of the true trend over time in subway ridership levels. And when I saw this, I noticed these like weird little trends for certain days. Right? Like stands out like, what is that? And looking at them, it looked like a holiday, right? Like this looks around New Year's, right? And this looks around maybe Christmas or something like that. So I really wanted to annotate that on top of my plot. So I just kind of manually went on Wikipedia, looked up some dates for things like, I also pulled in hurricanes, right? Like if you live in New York City, like no one rides the subway during a hurricane. So that's going to impact ridership levels. So I just kind of manually entered this in by NYC hurricanes, and then also some holidays. I don't have all of them here. Took a while to manually enter all this. I'm sure there's some better database out there for it. And then I added them into the plot. But like this data, the holiday data, it just has a date, right? So if I want to draw this in my plot, it's just going to draw it along like one of the axes, because how do you know where to put it, right? I would love to see it like on the line itself, but we don't know how to get that from just the date, or do we? So there's a really cool function called D3 bisector. What you can do is you can tell it how you want to basically match two data sets together. So for this one, I wanted to get the value from my seasonality index. I wanted to match on the date. So I can use this function, and I'll have the code here to share out. And I can say, hey, like pull in my seasonality data. I want to match on the date and get that value back. So I'm going to use that along for my annotations, so it shows up correctly along the line. And you can see, it like completely explained all of those trends, right? So like by putting on the line, it was so much more apparent, where you could see like, oh yeah, like that was from a hurricane, or that was from, I think I have the label off. No, sorry about that. So it's the other way around. So the red ones are the holidays, and the yellow ones are the hurricanes.
Okay.
But it was like pretty much explaining every trend. So anyways, just another fun trick, a little more advanced, but definitely a cool one to check out sometime.
That's so cool. Maya, me too. I feel you. I'm over here like wanting to cheer, but restraining myself. That is so helpful. And yeah, that's an interesting data set. I would love to think more about, like, there are a few where it doesn't line up with one of these things, but there's only a few of them left, right? Where it'd be interesting to know, like that one around that yeah, that one was the one that stood out in particular. Yeah.
I think that's Labor Day weekend. I worked on this a while ago, so the data set's always updating because it's pinging a live API. So I just haven't manually entered those yet. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Paul. This was an awesome, like, rapid sprint through so many cool ways that you can work in SQL and up-level our plots and add labels and tooltips. So thank you so much. Those are all really, really awesome tips and tricks. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, my pleasure.
All right, so up next, we are switching gears a little bit. I am really excited. We're going to hear from Amanda. So maybe, there we go. Hi, Amanda.
Hi,
So
Ashley.
Amanda is, actually, I'll let you introduce yourself. Can you introduce yourself and a little bit about what you do at Observable?
Of course, yeah. Hi, everybody. I'm Amanda Waite. I'm the engineering manager, the head of engineering at Observable. Yeah, I don't do all of the things that the folks before have. I tend to manage things and look at charts, look at graphs a lot, look at the kind of output that they produce, and that's the kind of thing I want to cover today in my section. So thanks for having me along here.
Super excited that you're joining for this session. So Amanda is going to be showing us a little bit about how we use Observable to monitor things that are happening with Observable. So with that, I will pass it right along to Amanda to share that with us.
All right, hold on a second. Share my screen. Share the right screen. There you go. Okay, right. So I'm going to start from the very basics, and just to make sure everybody's on the same page, because otherwise it can get complicated. But what I found when I came to Observable was that we relied heavily on particular mainstream tools, but we didn't have a lot of peripheral tools. We tended to do a lot of the analysis that we do, all the things that are important to engineering and to an engineering manager, in notebooks. And I think that's fantastic, and I love it. A lot of it's ad hoc, a lot of it's also planned, and it's available to us on tap as we need it, and we use it extensively to debug our platform. So I wanted today to talk very specifically about how we do some analysis on one of our services. Not going too deep on it. It's going to be production service I'm going to be showing you now. But we're going to show you some of the graphs that we use and some of the approaches we use to actually analyzing that data. But it's important to know that we do this for many, many different services. This is just one example. So the example service I'm going to show you and talk about is something we call the thumbnailer. And you may have noticed if I go to Observable and I click create a new notebook. And this one thing one of the graphs we're going to look at are going to be very specifically showing you that this can take time to do, this process. It has a queue. It's not something that actually blocks the user or anything. It happens in the background and behind the scenes. But sometimes it can take time, and sometimes it can be in a queue and cannot happen immediately. So my results may vary when I do this. But the idea would be for me to create a notebook and add something to it potentially. In this case, I'm going to have a file attachment, one I created earlier. I'm ripping off Google here, I apologize. So this is a screenshot I took off my desktop, and it's a nice image in my document, which I might not like to have as a thumbnail on my notebook. I could do this deliberately, but Observable is also going to do this for me. So hopefully, if I go back to notebooks here, it's queued up right now. It hasn't happened immediately. This is what we're going to look at, and this is what we're going to analyze together. But hopefully, at some point, the thumbnail will appear. So all of that's happened behind the scenes, and it's a process that takes a long time. We have to render the notebook, and we have to find an interesting area of the notebook, and then we have to create a thumbnail from that area and screenshot effectively. And so sometimes it gets backed up, sometimes it gets a little bit slower. Sometimes it gets less reliable than we'd like it to be. So we have a whole bunch of tools for analyzing it. But as I mentioned, this is kind of like just one example of many different services that we can monitor. And it's fantastic because it's not just that we have these things as a dashboard. We can go in and create these on demand. So like if we have a very specific need, a very specific problem, Visnu can go in and create a new notebook for us that's specific for that purpose. I believe Visnu created this notebook too. This is a copy of it. But it's extremely powerful. So it's not just about like somebody spent 6 months creating a notebook to do this for us. It's a case of we had a need, we created a notebook, and now that notebook comes into our processes and into our workflows. So everybody has access to this, but they can also do their own kind of analysis. So this is the thumbnailer dashboard. It's a demo of it. It's got pretty much everything on it. And it's not necessarily laid out in a way that would make sense to everybody, but it does have the snapshots of the things that are important to us right at the top. It makes use of this wonderful thing that I discovered called a time chart at the top here. Here we see the queue size. This is a number of thumbnails that are actually waiting to be serviced and waiting to be actually created. We have the number of successes on the platform, and this isn't like the white space here isn't like they failed. It's just that this is a number of successes stacked up against a particular adjoining minute. The errors are actually the little red bit at the bottom here. You can hardly see it. There's not that many errors. And also the addition here doesn't necessarily always add up correctly. It's like its timelines and such like don't always add up completely, but it gives us a really good snapshot of what's going on the platform, how many things are queued up, how many thumbnails are queued up, how many successes we've had, and how many errors we're getting. We also have a couple of workers at the back end that are actually doing work, doing all this processing, and you can see it's reasonably balanced between the two of them. One worker is working pretty much the same as the other. If there was some kind of disparity, it probably wouldn't really be a big deal to us right now because these are ephemeral workers. They spin up and they come up and go away as needed. But if we did have static workers that took a long time to initiate and such like, and one of them went wrong, we could clearly see that one of them was doing no work and the other one was doing a lot of work, or one of them was erroring a lot and the other one wasn't. So it's good to be able to kind of have that information at hand. Here we have the error rate. We have a graph here, but we also have a line chart as well, showing that over time, helping to really clearly land exactly how the errors are occurring over time. And that's lined up with this, although it's not a time chart. So it does correlate from top to bottom, but this isn't a time chart here. Then we have a queue. So we have a dot chart here with a queue with a representation of how many notebooks we have waiting for thumbnails in the queue. And this isn't like this doesn't just apply to new notebooks. It's important to be clear. This also happens to changes you make to notebooks as well. So it's not just like a reflection of every new notebook. We'll have a thumbnail only. It's also the changes notebooks will also have a new thumbnail.
So does this, Amanda, can I ask a question? Does that mean that as you're working on a notebook behind the scenes, whatever is happening here is like thinking about, do I need to update the thumbnail? When is that happening?
That's a good question. I actually don't know the answer to that completely, but I've been talking about it a lot lately. I believe it's on a save. We reevaluate and generate a new, but there may be some conditionals around that others on the chat might be able to answer.
Cool.
Yeah, it does create new thumbnails as needed, but I'm not sure what the actual timing of that is. I've actually been here 9 months now, and there's still a lot to learn. So one thing that's really interesting here is that I think because of the event, but maybe because of other factors, observables being used extensively right now. And earlier on, just before we kind of met to do this demo, the queue was up in the 90s, nearly 100 in the queue. And my demo wasn't going to work because it was like 27 minutes or so for a thumbnail to be processed. So I actually increased the number of workers to 3 so that we actually could burn through the queue. And so you can see the results of that. But I could go in the queue, I could go in here immediately and see how many were in the queue and say, okay, I should fix that. And I just went in and fixed it very briefly and just for this demo.
So that drop that we see, it was you adding the third worker.
Yeah, that was me. Correlation is hard to kind of establish here because it could have gone down on its own, but I think I helped it. So,
I believe you. Yeah.
And then we have a historical queue size. This can be very useful to us as well. You tend to see patterns in here, but you tend to, this one never really looks particularly odd. It always looks fairly straightforward. I think if I saw this graph and it was anomalous, I think I would immediately recognize it because I've seen it so much now. And this is also the actual document thumbnails, but also unique IDs as well. So here you can see the difference between the number of actual thumbnails we created and the number of unique notebooks that have actually had thumbnails created.
Okay.
And then the next one will be time taken to create a thumbnail. We have a bar graph over the right showing the actual percentiles, and it's a reasonable amount of time. It takes quite a long time to do it, but as I say, it's not directly impacting the users, so we don't mind that so much. You should optimize the things that you really care about deeply. And 50% of them get done in 7 seconds or so, and 75 in 10.9 seconds. We also have the kind of scatter plot. It's not really a scatter plot here, showing actually what the distribution of those are at particular times of day, which can give us good visual indications as well to say something happened then. Then we have another representation of errors, and we have distinct IDs for errors as well. We have a bar chart here that shows exactly which errors have been occurring most. It uses a lot of memory right now. The way we've optimized it so far is that we're constantly getting this message from our provider saying that we've exceeded our memory limit, but they don't care and we don't care. So it seems to work anyway. So we'll optimize that one day. And then finally, we can see a breakdown of actual impact on particular notebooks. So we can use this tool effectively to debug the thumbnailer whenever we may get an issue on it. Our production on call would use this in the event of an alert or some kind of problem happening with the thumbnailer that they get paged for. But as I say, it'd be very, very easy. I'm not sure what Visnu is going to demonstrate, but I've seen Visnu very often creating these notebooks on the fly to analyze a very specific problem, and it's always struck me about how powerful it is just to do it. So.
It seems like it. It seems incredibly powerful for diagnosing things quickly that might otherwise be hidden somewhere deep in code somewhere. When you were first telling me about this, when you were talking about that you can see errors, I didn't understand this was about thumbnails, and I thought this was about like errors from people messing up their code. And I was like, oh, I wonder if they can see when Allison is working based on these errors created.
That's not a thing for us. Most of our logs are kind of anonymized in a way where we can't narrow down things to specific users. We don't really want to do that. We can help users out. We can help users out as needed, but it's not really kind of like just trying to say this user's having a problem right now. If we could do that, we would do that within the notebook, so people would reach out and say, hey, I'm having a problem right now. Maybe that's something we could do in the future.
Cool. Well, this is awesome. Yeah, like a person commented, it's really cool to see under the hood how one of these things kind of works and hear about it works, of something that many of us see every day. And maybe we see that it takes 5 seconds, but never really thought about like what is happening. And I think it's really cool that like, oh, there's just a queue and we're all waiting in it. And sometimes I'll wait longer because my other observable pals are waiting for their thumbnails to get created. I think it's really awesome.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Alison.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Really appreciate it.
All right.
All right. So next up, our last sort of flash presentation is from Visnu.
Hello.
Hi, Visnu. Thank you again for that beautiful song, Your Mission. Oh, yeah. Your hair looks great.
Yeah. Wispy. We'll go with the wispy. We'll lean into the wispy.
Perfect. First, Visnu, can I have you introduce yourself and just say a few words about what you do at Observable?
Right. Engineer at Observable. Build lots of stuff. I think recently kind of been working with Paul on data warehouse stuff. So kind of internal analytics and kind of being a data engineer to Paul's analyst hats most recently, but also kind of, as you saw, do a lot of kind of DevOpsy things too, and kind of use Observable a bunch internally, which I'm not going to talk about right now because all the things I do, I won't be able to do. Like I'll slip up and then there'll be like I'll leak some data that I shouldn't be leaking. So unfortunately, can't show that without a lot of checking beforehand.
That's all right. Thank you for not showing those things. I am super excited. This is different from the other presentations that we've seen so far. I think your title is a good enough introduction. So Visnu, take it away. Tell us about how to cheat with JavaScript, computer vision, and augmented reality.
So this was a previous talk, and this is like the impetus for how I personally use Observable a bunch. So I like to play games. I like to play board games or kind of any games, video games, all of those. And I like to program. And so I like to combine those two to like cheat at games when possible. Or like get better at games is like maybe the nice way to say it. So this is a talk I gave at JSConf Hawaii in 2019, where there's this card game called Set. It's a really fun game. You should play it if you haven't. And it's finding these patterns in these cards. And I recognize, so I'm not good at this game. I'm quite slow at this game. But I have friends who are way better at me. But I'm way better at programming than I am at this game. So I thought I would just cheat straight out of this game and just make an AR type thing to solve it and laugh at them and say, haha, my computer can beat you. And it was recognizing that basically this game to a computer, like if it knows what the cards are, is simplistic. There's 220 possible sets here. It can immediately crunch those 220 possibilities and just tell you what the sets are. But it's a vision problem. And so I initially had actually implemented all of this in Observable. This is about how the game works. But mostly the entertaining thing is that, so this is also at observablehq.com, Visnu cheat. And you can kind of play with this algorithm here and see how it works. And it's a step-by-step walkthrough of how you could build something like this, which was a lot of fun. And so that's like the impetus of the thing that I want to talk about, because I like just the theme of cheating. And so I'm going to switch to a game that I'm pretty sure people have played and have seen other things to cheat at. But, this is mine. It's only this long of a notebook. And so we can cheat at Wordle. So Wordle is, that game that everyone played for a couple months because they were bored at home, and it was fun. I mean, it is fun still. But the dictionaries are online, so that's a little bit of cheating. You could handicap yourself and kind of like use a real like Webster's dictionary or Oxford English dictionary, or you could just take the dictionary that it has and again just brute force it. So you'll notice that a lot of this is this here. Hold on, I want to send a link to these notebooks in chat real quick. And then there's also the collection. I'm just going to be kind of working through the collection of game cheating notebooks I have. And so you could kind of, a lot of it is about brute forcing or simulation using a computer. So for this Wordle one, it is kind of just brute forcing it a little bit more, in that you can take the dictionary, and what you're trying to do is just eliminate as many possible words with your guess. Is the metric I went for. There's other ways you could do this. You could use like frequency-based, like you want to cover as much of the letter space as possible. And all of these are actually pretty fun to think through. So again, it's kind of like fun to play. And so I kind of wanted to cheat at Wordle today with everyone. I don't know. So my thing says just guess SOAR, which it always leads with. So let's guess SOAR.
Wait, do we need a spoiler alert in case anybody hasn't
spoiler
done
alert, spoiler alert in case anyone hasn't done it or still so pause, skip, do the things you would do, go play Wordle right now and then come back. And so you can put in the S, A, R, and E are out. So it goes ahead and filters out all of those words. O here is a possible one, filters for that word. And And so it tells you kind of like what the possible answers are in a given time. And then it also tells you like what the most informational guess would be. So like Biont right here eliminates a whole bunch of words based on what it would get, like what the possible answers are after that. And based on that, you only have 56 words left. So it's saying if you use Biont and you get some information back, it's going to do the most change to this possible set that's down here now.
Okay.
And so we're just gonna, I think, oh yeah, Bloom was close. Oh yeah, it's Bloom's just better. I don't know. It tells me to guess Bloom. So let's just guess Bloom.
Interesting.
We got two
Even
letters,
with the
L and
double
O. Yeah.
Okay.
What's that?
Even with the double O, I usually like avoid double letters to try to figure out other letters before.
Yeah, and then I have to be careful to not put O here because then it would tell me. So now I have 9 left. And it's telling me to guess Fract or Cajun because they're tied. Let's just go with, I like the word Cajun. Might as well. Even so, this is where it knows these L and O. It's not gonna try to go after. It just wants this now. So sure, let's follow. Let's just see how it does. I haven't done this in a while, so maybe it's gonna be horribly bad at it. C-J. Oh yeah, it's all right. So it's flout. Okay, flout. So that was 4. And again, it's trying to minimize the number of guesses. And I think I did run it on I tried to find out how good it was at one point. I forget what it came out with. It was like an average of 2.9 guesses is this specific algorithm because I haven't made it that much better. And it's not exhaustive because I didn't try to make it exhaustive. But to switch now to yet another New York Times game, which again, this one I say that I would play and I would sink too much time into it playing. So instead I decided to just straight up brute force this one. So I wouldn't have to play it every day. Again, sorry,
You don't play at
spoiler
all?
warning. What's that?
You don't play it at all. This just finds.
I don't play spelling bee at all anymore. Yeah, no, it just tells me everything. And so this one's just as good as a dictionary. So I've tried multiple dictionaries. But again, this is straight up brute forcing. So you can take the entire dictionary. The dictionary I have is, where is it? I'm using the Oxford English Dictionary. It has 64,000 words. Yeah, sorry, another spoiler. If you're playing spelling bee, don't look. So I have 64,000 words. You can just throw all 64,000 words at this grid to see if they match, and if they do, then you're great. If not, then don't include it. So here are the words that I found. I'm pretty sure that's not in the New York Times dictionary. I don't even know what this means. But I'm pretty sure this. These are some great words to go with. So yeah, and then entertainingly, because also, if you really want to cheat, you can actually just use source on their spelling bee webpage. It'll actually have the answer there. This was kind of a more sportsman-like way to cheat at this game. But yeah, so these are the ones that are in their dictionary, are these bolded ones. And then I didn't have these in my dictionary, so that's too bad. But switching gears slightly. There is a set of games I play that have crazy dice, is maybe what I'll say. And so there's this game called Oath, or if you kind of do a lot of these different, oh no, I just downloaded the image. So these games, they have dice that like, it's not 1 through 6 exactly. It'll be, so this is like for attacking. I think these red ones are for attacking. These blue ones are for defending. And you're playing against your friends. And you're trying to figure out how many attacking dice you need in order to overcome their defense dice. And how much to commit beforehand. And they're trying to figure out how much to commit beforehand too. And so it's not like a linear, immediate line. Like it's not just I'm rolling 1 dice, you're rolling 1 dice, the higher one wins. These dice are weird. Like the defense has a 2x multiplier on it. So you could like roll 2 and then 3 2x multipliers, and then it's just like a weird exponential thing. but it's only on one side. And so doing the math for this also, I could try to do, but I think I might have gotten a C in probability class. And so I don't like doing the math. I like to just run simulations instead. So for this, oftentimes I will just write simulation code, because you can just create a die class that has these different values on it, and you can just write the code in order to generate the outcome. And then you just do that a whole bunch of times. You do that like 10,000, 1,000, 100,000 times. And it approximates very closely to what your actual math will be. The other reason why I like doing simulations is it's more debuggable, I would say. So like if I'm doing the math and I'm wrong in some weird, subtle way, I'm not going to be able to tell. If I show somebody else, they're probably not going to be able to catch the error either. Whereas I can kind of like debug, step through, prod at different points in my simulation and see like, oh, this doesn't make any sense. Like it's saying that like these dice went over to these dice when it shouldn't, right? And so there's some error in my logic of what's winning. And so I find it way more debuggable. I find it way more straightforward, at least for myself. But that's not to say, I know there are some very mathy people around who it is very obvious that like, oh yeah, you missed a term here, or you didn't account for some different random like a Poisson random variable versus a I forget all the different types of random variables. So yeah, so this was my view of how many like attacking war bands you need versus specific defense dice, and how it kind of cuts. And you can tell that like once you're at like 14 defense dice, like it doesn't matter how many attacking dice you use. The 2x multiplier ends up just like always hitting and always trumping everything. But also the game never gets up to that high either, unless you're like really breaking it, and you're gonna lose otherwise. And along those lines, let's see, there's this other one. I have another game called The Crew. If you like to play things like hearts or spades or any other trick-taking game, this is a great game to play. I'd highly recommend it. I mean, I'd also recommend Oath. That's also a pretty fun game to play. This one's probably more approachable, and you could trick lots of other people to play with you because it's just a set of cards. But I was playing this with some coworkers actually the other week at our offsite, and a lot of these random questions came to my mind of what are the odds of, and so I was just trying to figure out what are the odds of certain situations such that I could play correctly or more logically, or just more like what a computer would play like. And so again, just ran a whole bunch of simulations here, which I have to kind of reemphasize, like it might sound scary to write simulation code, but like once you do it once, I think it's just very natural and very like, oh yeah, that totally makes sense. It's literally I create a deck of cards that match the deck of cards that are in the game, and then I shuffle them a whole bunch of times. And so I have 4 players, and these are the cards player 1 had, these are the cards player 2 had, these are the cards that player 3 had, and I do that 5,000 times, and then that's my data set, right?
That's cool.
So with a data set of like, okay, let's just say 4 people played 5,000 times, and this is going to be the starting distribution of their hands, right? And I can see that like, oh, these cards are generally distributed nicely, evenly. I can kind of assume that if I'm in a 4-player game, everybody's going to have 2 of each suit. If I'm in a 5-player game, that goes down. If I'm in a 3-player game, that goes like way up. And so like I'm adjusting my probabilities that way. And then there's still this creepy, I don't understand why this is true. This is a weird puzzle for me. So in this game, there's 4 rocket cards. And then there's 40 cards total that get dealt out to 4 people, right? So everybody gets 10 cards. You would think that everybody gets a rocket would be kind of your expected value, right? but it actually turns out to be most likely that only 3 people get a rocket and somebody is without a rocket. And I don't know why. And I think this is a bug, but I can't tell if it is, and I'm pretty sure it's not. So it's really creeping me out. But I think this is true. And so this is like where if I'm doing the math, my math tells me something that I think is maybe wrong now. I'm not sure. And I've been meaning to debug this, but yeah. And then the odds are weird for 5 also. I don't understand them.
That's really cool. Oh,
So,
yeah. Cool. Yeah.
So yeah,
Last minute, we're gonna wrap it up.
yeah. I would say it's just I wanted to instill a value of cheating or hacking or innovation in people. It's kind of like you look at the world around us, it feels like it's falling apart, and kind of in my sci-fi loving mind, one of the ways out is innovation. So like to beat global warming, we're going to have to innovate ourselves out of it, because getting people to just stop burning coal is probably not going to happen. So it's like carbon capture, it's all those other things that like other species on the earth can't do. We are well suited to do it. We just have to hopefully innovate our way out of it, and that would be hacking. So cheating to me is a great skill. We should do it more, unless you're not playing fair. So
Well, thank you, Visnu, for sharing your innovative cheating with us. That's really cool to see, and seems like a fun way to learn how to code too. So that wraps up our session. Thank you so much for the Observable team members who joined us, Mike, Paul, Amanda, and Visnu. Really fun to see how you all work with Observable at Observable. And thanks everybody for joining us.
Yay. Let's get a round of applause in the chat. We heard from 5 of our awesome Observable employees, our teammates, my colleagues. It was awesome to hear and see how each of them work in a notebook differently. And really thanks Allison for putting together this session on how we work with Observable at Observable, and that includes innovating, what did Visnu say? Innovating with cheating with notebooks. So, and I say cheating, but using notebooks for gaming is part of our culture. So that's what we do here. But now we're going to switch gears. We've had music, we have had panels, we've had fireside chats, and thank you, Curtis, for the compliment. We have excellent presentations, and now we're going to go into a love story, but not just any love story. We're going to go to a R and JS love story. From one of our ambassadors, Maya Gans. And the whole session title is called Where I Use Observable in Data Science Workflow, and R and JS Love Story. Now I'll pass it over to Maya.
Hi, everyone. I am so excited to be here today to present at Observable Insight. My name is Maya Gans. I am a data visualization engineer at Atorus Research, and my talk today is entitled When I Use Observable in a Data Science Workflow, an R and JavaScript Love Story. So my job day to day is to make sense of messy data. I take tons of data and collate and synthesize it into summaries using modeling and predictions to help stakeholders, customers, and products to see, kind of project their futures. And the way that I do this is in the statistical language R. I started as an R programmer and developer, and that is where I feel most comfortable doing statistics. And if I were to do statistics, and you'll have to pry R from my cold dead hands to make me do statistics in any other language. I love R, and it is best for statistics. But R is really good at making plots like bar plot, or just in the box kind of plots. But what if you want to make something cool and custom and funky? And customers ask me to do that a lot. And that's when I start to lean into JavaScript. So here is an example of a Gantt chart that I made with D3. I challenge you to make this in R. I could not, but it was relatively straightforward to do that in JavaScript, if not just possible. So walking you through here, this kind of like bespoke Gantt chart that I made for our internal company is we have project managers kind of have to outline the scope of creating an app. So I created 3 buckets here. First, we design the application, then we'll do the actual development there, and then finally we have the deployment bucket. And each of these bins of what we're going to be doing on the project, there's some hover information on hover, and how we calculated this data was all done in R. So, given running models based on how long different projects took is how we estimate how long things will take. I'm going to do all that in R, but then the actual visualization itself, I do in JavaScript. So the way that you run JavaScript in R is cumbersome. You can create an R wrapper around your JavaScript and pass the R code into it, and then you run the function. And if anything is wrong, you have to go into the inspector, see if it's wrong, and if there's something you just want to tweak, you need to recompile all of the code and then rerun the function again. The process is horrible and I hate it. So again, on the right hand side here, I have just your what the R IDE looks like, and we have our little plot in the viewer. But if I were to see an issue here, I would need to right click on that little HTML pane to find the inspector. Sometimes you won't even get error codes within the embedded R version of the browser. And if you do, then you have to go into your JavaScript file in your R IDE and make those changes. Then you have to rebuild that entire package and then recreate the entire plot, pray the error is not there anymore. If it is, you repeat this process. It is really just overall an unpleasant development process, does not spark joy. That is when I use Observable. Observable is an amazing tool to write JavaScript, and I can see these things update in real time. So that is why Observable is what I use to code all of my JavaScript in. So overview of the workflow here is any statistics. I'm going to do those computations, take all my data and synthesize it into one in R. Then I'm going to take that data and bring it into Observable and create this custom visualization. And once I'm happy with it, I'll port it back to R rather than trying to do it in situ in writing JavaScript in R, like this game of Twister. So how do we do that? In R, the common data structure is called a data frame. So I have on the example on the left-hand side here, a data frame with 3 columns and 3 rows. So you would call A, the column A is a numeric column with a vector of 1, 2, and 3. Column B is a character vector, and then column C is a Boolean vector. And then we read it row-wise is an observation. This row-wise observation is what we really need to leverage in JavaScript. JavaScript, we don't have data frames. We create commonly for both D3 and plot an array of objects where we have 3 objects because each of those objects corresponds to each of those observations. So you have key value pairs rather than column A. We have key of A corresponds to 1, key B has value A, and key C has value true, all for that first observation. And we just have as many items in our array as we have rows in our data frame in R. So I can take this array, this JavaScript version of our data, and there's tons of R functions to turn your data into, massage it into this. You can write it for yourself if you'd like, but there's tons of stuff out there. You can change it into a JSON. And what I do, this is my subjective workflow for data science in Observable, if you will, is I literally will copy that JSON code that I made in R and shove it into a notebook cell in observable. There are way better ways to port data. And I would love for this talk to bolster conversation around how to make this loop even more smooth. But I take this data, import it right into Observable, and then I can see my graph update in situ based on this data, and I could change it, and the graph will change instantaneously. I can tweak it and then solicit feedback. What if the stakeholder wants it pink? I can just change the color code right in the plot and give that right back to them and rinse and repeat. It's incredible. This is where I will do all of my JavaScript coding. Finally, when I'm in a state that I like this, that is when I port it back into R. And in the blue here, I kind of have some pseudocode for how I would do that, where you have your R function that takes on a data frame. And then within your function, you're going to convert that data frame into this JSON structure, pass that JSONified data to your copied over JavaScript file, and source that file in this function. So you're taking that data, passing it to JavaScript, and then out comes what that JavaScript function would return, in our case, an SVG. So a high level walking through my personal data science workflow is I'm gonna take that raw data, and I'm gonna do some stats in R. That's where I'm happy, that's where I'm doing my statistics. I will not be doing it anywhere else, period. And then I will convert it to JSON, and that's when I move into the world of Observable, where I shove it into a JSON chunk and I can edit it and play with edge cases, make values null, see how the graph will respond. And then finally, once I'm happy with that output, I port it back into R. So this is just my personal case study of how I marry these two languages and live in these two worlds. I say, let them each do what they do best. And I urge you all to explore Observable and JavaScript and what it does best, but also thinking about how that fits into the scope of other language users and how we can seamlessly transition between other languages. And with that, I thank you and hope everyone has a great conference. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I don't know if you can see me or if I'm talking into the ether.
Yes, we see you. You're loud and clear. You're
Cool.
good to go. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
First of all, before we even talk about this talk, we need to give a shout out to Virginia Poltrack. I don't know if anyone did yet, but she made all the illustrations that I use in this talk and that have been used in this conference, and they're just amazing. So just wanted to say that, first of all, those illos are so good. I also wanted to share that the slide deck that I made, I get bonus points for making my slides in Observable. So wanted to share those. And yeah, this talk was not endorsed by either R or Observable. It's just my subjective case study of how I use both. And I hope that others are empowered to use them. And I'd love to see how other people kind of Frankenstein different languages together. Looking at the questions here. I see that Greg asked, so what's the hardest thing about learning how to glue these things together? That's a really great question. And I think at this point, I have a lot of expert blind spot around that. I think that first you have to learn two things. And I think that learning your first programming language is always the hardest. And then you kind of start to understand programmatic concepts and just the logic behind it. So picking up a second, you just start to see they're just like syntactical differences. Granted, R is synchronous and JavaScript is not, so that's a big hurdle, huge hurdle for our developers. I don't know a stitch of Python, so I can't speak to what that world is like. But I think the biggest thing then is, instead of having those two languages live in isolation, how I had the slide about data frame and how to convert that, I think when you really start to understand these things deeper is how do the data structures, how do they relate to one another, and how can you pass data from one language to another? Those can be some difficult concepts to grasp. All right. Can you embed an observable chunk in an R Markdown or Quarto document? So you cannot in an R Markdown document, but you can in Quarto. Quarto is R's notebook. It's R's observable. No, it's R's notebook, and they have chunks that you can toggle the language. So just like you have in observable, you have like on the left, you can pick JavaScript, Markdown, or whatever. You could in R, you can do that with observable chunks. And there's a function OJS_define that actually does that handshake for you, that can pass that R data as into a JSON object. However, I urge you to inspect that object, because by default, what you get is not really like what you want for D3. So you can inspect that, and that would be a great first step into like take our data, convert it into JavaScript using R's observable chunks, and just like console log, see what your data looks like and transform your data as you need. That could be a fun exercise. Ooh, this is a great question. Do you have any automations around your workflow? So I think the real some of the tools that I make are around. So once I kind of work backwards. Like, let's take the Gantt chart, for example. My data is actually a little bit more complicated than my example. It's actually like a nested situation. So I'll make helper functions around how to turn that data into the data that I need for that specific plot. And those live in my notebook collections are, I'm not gonna lie, dumpster fire, but I'll link, I'm happy to link all my notebooks with any helper functions after this talk. Yeah. Noob question, as an R user, what does observable offer that lacks in HTML widgets in R? So I tried to cover this, and so when you're creating an HTML widget in R, I think that iterating and creating it is a cumbersome process. So I think that, you know what, go ahead and try it both. And everyone has their own workflows optimizations, but if you have that question, try making your plot or whatever JavaScript code in R, and then try doing it in observable. And my hypothesis is that you're going to fall in love with observable. I think that's it. Thanks so much, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you, Maya. Appreciate it. Thank you for being an ambassador as well for Observable. Thank you for the disclaimer, and thanks for asking questions from the community. And we're gonna sync on taking breaths, one breath at a time. But I appreciate that. And also thank you all for the questions. And we're coming to the end of our day. But before we do, I want to pass it over to Melody Meckfessel, our CEO co-founder, for a wrap-up session as we get ready for tomorrow.
Hi, everyone. Oh my gosh, I am just like buzzing with inspiration. and excitement from the day. There were so many great moments to highlight. We had talked about kind of 4 things that we wanted to highlight in today and then headed into tomorrow. So community talks, really this is learning directly from community members about best practices, about ways that the community is learning data. We saw, animating any viz this morning with Dia and Maxene. We saw navigating data science careers with Gabriela, and also building a data viz career with Shirley. There was so much data in action, which is like concretely seeing what people are building with the product. I loved the API to track press freedom from Harris. And then we just saw an incredible, I felt like Maya was a product educator at Observable, challenging us all around her workflow in R and JS and what she's found to work. I hope the customer panel was helpful for folks to hear a little bit about what people are doing inside organizations. Robert from Stitch Fix, Polino from Bello, and Chad, who is at Lirio and now is at Ridge National Lab. It was really insightful to hear their kind of process of getting up and running on Observable and the impact that it's having in their organization. And then along the way, just seeing what's possible, seeing the features, seeing the use of the Schema Explorer and the data table cell. And yeah, also hearing a little bit of pain around, collections and organizing things in Observable, all good work that we want to do in partnership with you. So I hope you feel inspired. I hope you learned something today. I hope you met some new people. I really want to say thank you to all the speakers from today. I also want to say thank you for all the engaging questions. We were keeping track of things and trying to share real time. We're going to do a recap of the day that we'll share. And I just really look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow. It sounds like almost over 300 new folks signed up to attend the conference. We kind of started the day at 1,000 and ended the day at 1,300. So I hope you can join tomorrow. We have talks from Mike Bostock on tips and different ways to use Observable. The Marshall Project is going to be presenting. We have some educational workshops on working with spreadsheet data, and some folks are going to be speaking from Berkeley. So it's going to be another packed day. Thank you so much to Wayne and Henna and Courtney for emceeing and leading us through the day. Thanks to all of you, and I'll see all of you tomorrow. Thanks again.